Hello, fellow lost souls of the internet. It's Silent Signs from I Dream of Indie, and today we are taking a look at Bear's Restaurant. I'm going to warn you right now, have a tissue box handy if you can, because you might need it. Do not let the adorable pixel art fool you. Look at that little smile on Bear's face. He's so stinking cute. But alas, this game does delve into some very dark subject matter if you are in fact sensitive to murder, suicide, or really any other way you can describe the topic of death. This may not be a game suited for you. Okay. I got the warning out of the way, so let's talk about what Bear's Restaurant is all about. Have you ever wondered what happens when we die? Do you ever hope that maybe you could have that favorite meal that you haven't had for years just one more time before we see heaven's gates or perhaps the fires of hell? Well, have I got a restaurant for you? Bear's Restaurant does exactly that. It grants the visitors of this location whatever meal that they desire so that they can carry on into the afterlife. Bear can cook anything, and I mean anything. Your favorite childhood dish, no problem, just like Mama used to make. How, you might ask? Well, first with a little help from Kat, his assistant, and Kat has the ability to dive into the memories of the patrons of the restaurant in order to figure out exactly what these dishes tasted like. Some customers may be a little trickier than others, but they always find a way together, and once Bear and Kat prepare the perfect dish, that customer can then go to the station where they can depart for heaven. Along this journey, you'll learn all about these lost souls, their stories, their lives, their regrets, and you'll also learn a lot about these two main characters. Perhaps you'll even figure out Kat's favorite dish. For the majority of gameplay, you will be playing as Kat, who has no recollection of who they were. There is absolutely zero challenge to the gameplay in Bear's Restaurant. That is not what this story is about. There's no puzzles, there's no timed events, no battles. All you have to do is move your character around the screen and use the single action button. You'll use that action button to interact with objects as well as the other characters in the game. You will often find yourself in conversations with these characters that will have multiple options. Most of these can be cycled through entirely, though there are some selections you'll need to make in order to progress the story. You collect memory shards from the patrons of the restaurant, which you can use to view their cause of death. There's no realistic gore or brutality shown, but it is pretty morbid. And you can change Kat's outfits. Cute. For those of you who have already played through the original version of this game, which was on mobile, there is still a reason to try out the Nintendo Switch version. This version includes an epilogue episode, which shows you what happens after the main story is completed. It's really, really hard to talk about this game without giving any spoilers, but trust me when I say you're going to want to know what happens after the main story. When I tell you that I cried for the entirety of Bear's Restaurant, I am not exaggerating. I sat and sobbed into my Nintendo Switch like I have not for a very long time. It really did not help that everything is so adorable in this game. I got attached to the characters immediately without even knowing what their stories were. There's not a single word spoken out loud in Bear's Restaurant, but the cutscenes tell such a powerful story with such simple animations. There's a great variety of locations you get to visit thanks to the customers of Bear's Restaurant sharing their memory shards, as well as Bear's journeys himself. I just thought it was fantastic that you have these adorable animated characters to contrast such a dark story. And just to plunge the knife in your heart a little deeper, you get this gorgeous piano-based soundtrack that I just left on in the background after I was done playing the game because I wanted to keep hearing it. The best way I can describe it is it sounds like something between a dream sequence and a music box, and it really tugs at the heartstrings. In general, actually, I found the sound design to be just perfection. You get the nice ASMR cooking sounds when Bear is preparing a meal and some chilling ambient noises at other various points in the game. It's a masterpiece. Which is why I have to award Bear's Restaurant with one of our golden genie lamps of approval. It really brought me to tears, and that's not something that games do often. I went into this game without even having to watch a trailer and made a snap judgment, assuming that it was some sort of cooking simulator style game, and was not as enthusiastic about playing it. But as soon as it opened up on a scene and I watched someone disappear after consuming their last meal, I was instantly hooked. I love dark themes like this, especially with such a bright and happy exterior. The contrast just absolutely did it for me. I think this game took some really interesting risks, and I think it paid off. This is the point in the review where I would normally ask you a silly question like, will you be dining at Bear's Restaurant? But I don't want any of you to do that because I love you all. Thank you so much for checking out this review. If you haven't already, don't forget to hit the subscribe button below so you don't miss any reviews or previews. Before I go, I just want to thank our indie warriors, Mitchell Hall, Kevilo, Bunny, Bill Tikaz, Christian Cruz, Strict9, Rosie Syntax, Chris Jackson, Nathan Moore, Peach, Adriana Amato, CJR, Jesse, Falco Lombardi, C. Coil, and Skepticism. Thank you all for your support, and thank you again for watching. I'll see you next time.
At the beginning of The Witcher, there is an area in the introductory keep that you can't get to. There's a locked door that you cannot get through until you progress the tutorial to a certain point and then are given a key. Somehow enemies have gotten inside in another way, but that doesn't matter. What does matter is this cooking station elsewhere in the room. Geralt, like any person, is capable of getting into this room through this opening. There is enough space that he could squeeze around the cooking frame, or he could duck under it, or he could pick it up and move it. But the game won't let you do these things. Instead, you have to wait until you are given the key because this is the only scripted way to enter this room. In the recent Resident Evil 2 remake, there are sections of the Raccoon City police station that use invisible walls for the zombies. No matter how much Leon or Claire may be injured or bleeding or limping and close to becoming a meal for the hungry undead, these zombies will not follow you over these invisible boundaries between some areas. These aren't reinforced doors, and no matter how close the zombies are to grabbing you, the instant that you step over these lines, they drop down to a passive state and begin wandering away like you became invisible. So what do these two things have to do with A Plague Tale Innocence? Well, I'm using them as a way for you to gauge your tolerance of these sorts of things because A Plague Tale is overflowing with these types of situations. Neither of these given examples are inherently bad, especially from a strict gameplay perspective. Games will often have abstract rules and limitations to make gameplay work in the way that the developer wants it to work. Games are rarely realistic, and nor do I think that should change. Games should be internally consistent within their own rules and worlds. However, this can only be stretched so far before it will break no matter what. In the case of The Witcher's cooking station, it just looks stupid. It doesn't break how exploration works in that game because you're quite limited in how you move through areas and the game is built around that. The problem here isn't a lack of freedom, it's that the gap should have been smaller or the cooking station larger. Basically, this opening in the wall should look far less accessible. In Resident Evil 2's case, it's an exchange of your immersion for some areas in the game being safe and secure from the zombies. It seems stupid because there's no justification for it within the game's world. The first aid spray being able to heal zombie bites and bring you back from the brink of death is also stupid, but it's acceptable because the item is clearly presented to you as having this function. Heal your character, fix your mistakes. This justification doesn't exist for the zombies, nor does it for the cooking frame in Kaer Morhen. Here's the point. If this sort of thing deeply aggravates you, then I suggest you never play A Plague Tale unless you enjoy being frustrated. The game has a set-in-stone script that you can rarely deviate from, and even when you do, the game often breaks instead of being able to adapt to something being done out of order, or something it never thought a player could do. It goes further than that by requiring you to do complicated things in order to solve problems because that's how the scene was planned, when the alternative solution that is both obvious and simple would break it, and the game is far too serious and not gamey enough for that to feel right. We're not into spoilers yet, so here's a tame example. You need fire to progress through some areas or else you will die, and you will often leave precious sources of fire behind when you climb up ledges, instead of simply passing the fire to another character before pulling yourself up. The characters then enter a panicked and desperate state in the search for the next source of fire like it's some unavoidable burden that's being cast on them, all because the game won't let you do this really simple and obvious thing that literally every single person would do if they were in this situation. If these types of gameplay and story contrivances don't bother you, or if you are willing to tolerate them for the sake of having a good time with the rest of a game, then I can recommend A Plague Tale with a few more caveats. With 3 brief exceptions, the mix of stealth gameplay and puzzle solving does not become more complex than where it hits within the first few hours. The story is a weaker version of The Last of Us and the new God of War, and there were a few bugs and performance problems that I encountered in the 10 hours I spent finishing the game on my first playthrough. But on the other side, A Plague Tale is not the glorified walking simulator that it may appear to be. Perhaps it's a victim of its own beauty, since usually it's only AAA games that look this good, outside of the walk around and look at the pretty scenery while listening to someone talk type experiences. While mostly shallow, it has some interesting ideas in its gameplay that continually add new things to what becomes a consistent level of okay quality throughout its runtime. Its set pieces also hit a consistent level from beginning to end, with the only exception being the final encounter, which punches much higher than everything else that came before it. It's those set pieces and the game's world that I'll remember. There are environments for levels in A Plague Tale that I think have never been done better in another game, and are stunningly well realized for any studio, never mind the smaller one that made this game. But the story and gameplay don't match the rest of what A Plague Tale offers, and for me that's a big disappointment. If you don't care about those things, or usually disagree with me when it comes to judging that side of games, then this might be something special that you'll greatly enjoy, especially if the setting interests you. That's my quick review / should you play this section done, so consider this the spoiler warning for the rest of the video.
Come on, first we have to get dry.
As you probably know, in the 14th century, a plague most often called the Black Death killed many millions of people. It is estimated that Europe lost somewhere between 1/3 to just over half of its total population, and that the world's population did not recover for 200 years after the pandemic. The spread of the plague is usually thought to be from rats, but recent studies suggest it was actually bites from fleas the rats carried, and body lice spreading the infection between humans. In A Plague Tale Innocence, you play as Amicia de Rune, the daughter of a local lord in France at the end of 1348. This is right in the middle of the European outbreak of the Black Death, and when it reached Spain, England, and our setting of France. Yet for reasons linked to our spoiler warning, it's actually not clear if the outbreak we see in the game is the same Black Death of history. Of course, every story will take liberties with its setting, even or maybe especially when it's historical, but the plague in this game has a supernatural origin linked specifically to the main character's family, even though the Black Death has already been ravaging through other countries long before reaching this area in France. The Black Death is definitely a part of this story, but the rats we see early on could be something else entirely. It could also be that there are other people in this fictional world that have the same connection to the plague, and that the de Runes are one of many that can influence it. It could be that the sickness in the family has mutated in some way in response to the arrival of the plague and gained the power to control it. Or it could be any number of other things, or in times of dire calamity. Specifics on the curse or corruption in the blood of the family aren't supplied by the game, even down to why it only awakens in some family members and not others. Amicia de Rune appears immune. Her 5-year-old brother Hugo, however, is so debilitated by it that he is kept as a cushioned prisoner in the de Rune estate while his alchemist mother Beatrice obsessively researches a cure. The corruption is called Prima Macula, which also happens to be Dracula's name on Tinder. The macula is the driving force of the game's narrative. Any glance at the game's promotional material or the name of it alone should be enough for you to realize that this will not be a happy story of sunshine. Things will not go well for Amicia, nor her dog, and the bright, joyful opening with her father that quickly goes sour makes that clear. This is a dark, horrific game, and that's one of the things I enjoyed the most about it. In terms of both gameplay and story, A Plague Tale is very much like The Last of Us and God of War 2018, except that you are playing as Ellie or Atreus. Your Joel/Kratos of a father is killed in the first 20 minutes, and you are the leftover of that typical pair who has an even younger and less resourceful partner to protect throughout most of the game, but also happens to be infected by something. The game's villains are the Inquisition, led by Vitalis and Nicholas, that want Hugo to exploit the curse of his blood for reasons that you do not understand until near the end of the story.
Where is he? I won't ask again. Where is your son?
So it's through this Inquisition hunt for Hugo and the macula that everything happens, although it's unclear how the de Rune estate would have fared against the hordes of rats even if the Inquisition hadn't shown up and killed everyone. After escaping this attack, during which your mother dies off screen, which means she isn't dead at all, the game is a series of linear levels with the occasional branching path for some extra crafting supplies. The first goal is to find another alchemist that was helping your mother, then find a new safe place to stay, and so on in a set order. These objectives feel reasonable and organic enough within the story, and there's nothing wrong with linearity in games, in fact I usually prefer it, but there are many contrived scenarios throughout these levels like the ones I spoke about in the opening. Gameplay is the same way. It's more difficult than usual to separate story and gameplay in A Plague Tale because aside from set pieces, every encounter you have to get through, whether it's a puzzle or an enemy, feels like problem solving rather than engaging with gameplay mechanics. Don't get that wrong, there are still rules and techniques that you will be using again and again, but I always felt like I was Amicia trying to work my way through a situation with the skill set that I had, rather than playing the next in a long line of video game characters. That skill set being
Hey, what's up everyone? It's me, that pixel guy from Instagram. Now lately I've been trudging through my 9 to 5 each day thinking about doing the same thing day in and day out. Year after year, slowly marching my way to retirement as I accidentally shock myself each shift, staring into the dim lights of the windowless lab thinking, is this all there is? Well, the answer's no. It's always been my dream to create something that people can have fun with that could leave a real positive, lasting impact as a bright spot on the world. So I decided to chase my lifelong dream of becoming a game developer. And I've tossed around a lot of different concepts, but the one I keep coming back to is the idea of playing as a monster fighting off the invasive humans that are destroying the natural habitat of the island. Because, too often do we witness, and even worse, take part in the slaughter and genocide of the poor individuals who did nothing to wrong us, trampling over them without a care in the world in pursuit of our own interests. So I thought it'd be a fun twist to have a game where the monsters deal with not only the combative humans, but the pollution and destruction that they bring to the island. I'm envisioning a game similar to Harvest Moon, Animal Crossing, or Stardew Valley, where the player focuses on bettering the island and forming relationships with the monsters there. My first step was just to write out as much as I could about the game. In the past, I've come up with a rough idea, gotten some mechanics working, and reached a point where I'm just like, what now? So I wanted to make sure I fleshed out enough bones of this game to have something with a clear goal in mind as I work. I came up with some starter NPCs, made a list of potential quests, drew out a basic beginning map, and worked out how combat and everything would work. And with all this in mind, I got going on some concept art. Now, as someone with a big pixel art background, this was probably the most natural and fun part of the process for me. Originally, I definitely struggled with this. In previous years, trying to make game art, I felt like I didn't really know what I was doing. It was incredibly inconsistent. Doing the daily art stuff on Instagram was definitely a huge confidence booster and really helped me learn at least the basic rules of pixel art. So making this little goblin dude and a few of his friends was pretty easy. I also decided on the combat system pretty early on. I've been a longtime fan of a game called Crypt of the Necrodancer and love their unique rhythm-based movement where when you move, the enemy moves pretty much simultaneously. I think this makes for some unique puzzles and I really enjoy how it creates an elegant dance with the enemies. You have to learn how they move and adapt your combat to them. I've only seen this in a few games and thought it would be fun to put it in a game with a bit more depth to it. Not that Crypt of the Necrodancer isn't deep, it's incredible at what it does and makes for a great rhythm-based action puzzle game. I guess I just mean story depth and investment in the world. I'd like to bring the magic of this combat to a game where you're developing your island and fighting for a noble cause with a deeper story. Working with this concept, I knew they'd need some little hopping animations along with action animations in each direction in case they do some sort of attack or open a door or whatever. So once these were all done, I was ready to start putting things in Unity. And for those of you who don't know, Unity is a wonderful development platform you can use to create your own games. It requires a decent amount of programming knowledge, but luckily years of engineering classes have inadvertently prepared me for this. If you don't know how to program and are still interested in making games, I still recommend it. Just start small and do all the tutorials, you'll pick it up in no time. But anyway, the first thing I did was make it so the player moves around. That was simple enough, and I was pretty satisfied with how the animation looked right off the bat. I just linearly interpolated his movement between grid positions every time the user clicked a button, and told the animation to play. This also of course involved making a grid. Unity has built-in tile map features that let you place things at even intervals, but I wrestled with my blocks looking a little too blocky, I guess. I needed some sort of nice curvy edges without having to place every different tile individually. So I wrote a script that allows each block to look at all the blocks surrounding it, decide which orientation it is, and choose the corresponding sprite. These right here are all the possible sprite combinations, so after loading it in, it worked like a charm. I did the same thing with these neat little walls, and was able to pretty much reuse the whole script from the grass. Now the walls are nice and all, but pretty useless if the player just goes right through them. So I made a script called Movement Manager that keeps track of where everything is on the map. If the player tries to move into an occupied spot, it needs to ask permission from the Movement Manager first. This allowed for easy implementation of enemies and NPCs. I just made them take up space with the Movement Manager as well, and have them move as soon as the player clicks the direction that they choose. I ended up with the ability to move around, and after a bit of work, interaction between different creatures. The player can now bonk into the enemy and deal damage. I swore I'd avoid any effects for now and just focus on mechanics, but sometimes I really just can't resist. I also wanted to make my life easier in the future and added the ability to program in different movement patterns for the enemies without touching the code. This way I can really quickly make a whole bunch of different enemies without much hassle. Now that I had basic movement and interaction, I realized something big was still missing. If this game were to be rhythm-based and I were to truly rip off Crypt of the Necrodancer, I'd need everything's movement to be able to adapt to the speed of the music. It was at this moment I decided maybe I wouldn't want to force musical movement like Necrodancer does. What if we just gained bonuses if we played on beat, but had the option to take a second to think? I think that made for a more relaxing experience I was looking for, where we could focus more on story and island development than straight up combat. So while I think I won't force moving on beat like Necrodancer, I still made all the little animations boop along to the music since I think it's pretty cute. Speaking of music, I unfortunately can't do much more than play basic chords on a guitar. I'd love to develop my music making skills and try to learn, but frankly I don't really have the time right now if I want to finish this game anytime soon. I decided to outsource my music and sound effects to my brother Mike. He's currently pursuing a minor in music at UCSD, so we'll hopefully have some total bangers coming up. But anyways, next up I needed some concept of time. I made a eternal script that just sits there counting along and feeds the information to the HUD so we can see it. I'm not at all attached to this HUD, so bear with me. I know it's kinda weird looking, I just wanted to get proof of concept of a game clock. This also led me to creating a day and night cycle using Unity's post-processing effects. Just like putting a filter on an Instagram post, the software can process the image before it hits the screen. That's how I can change up the colors and give this sort of sunset effect. So with all that out of the way, I rolled into the next feature, the inventory. I'm a big fan of these Terraria style inventories where you can move around items like so, and saw this as a go-to way to equip items. Unlike Terraria though, I won't need the player to be able to move around while equipping things because, well, when they stop moving, everything stops moving. They won't need to evade danger while sorting items because the danger will be waiting patiently. So I got to work on the inventory, knowing that if I didn't implement controller support now, I'd be kicking myself later. So I worked hard to ensure that the user could seamlessly transition between using controller inputs and mouse and keyboard inputs. This was super easy with a cool asset on the Unity asset store called Rewired. I don't usually spring for Unity assets, but this one offers support for pretty much any controller imaginable, and does crazy magic stuff if multiplayer ever becomes something you'd want. I definitely recommend picking it up if you're looking for a nicer alternative to Unity's mediocre input setup. So after a bit of work, I had a nice inventory system where I could move little objects around. I added counters so that multiple items could be stacked and gave them different stack limits. Holding 99 mushrooms may be reasonable, but holding a stack of 99 swords may not be something that we want to be possible, so we won't let those stack. I also put in a little trash can in case the player wants to get rid of something, and made it so enemies drop items when they die. I know it doesn't make sense for a little slime to drop all this junk, I just needed an easy, temporary way for the player to get items for my testing purposes. The last thing I finished before the creation of this video is implementing item usage. I made it so that when you equip a sword, you deal more damage and have a little slash effect. And when you equip a bow and arrow, you can choose a direction and shoot an arrow. The arrow will move whenever you move, making it so you have to predict where the enemy will be and think ahead. I also added the ability to add armor, where you can drag armor to the equipment slots and the clothes will show up on the player, providing defensive bonuses. And lastly, I made the little shrooms edible, providing a bit of health for the player. And that's where I'm at. Now I've been rambling about new features for a hot minute now, and thought it'd be nice to take a sort of side note and talk about some of the more behind the scenes stuff. I've tanked a lot of games because free time is so hard to come by. I mean, who wants to spend 8 to 9 hours at work and then come home and work more on a project that can admittedly get pretty frustrating? My strategy that works for me is to force myself to do at least 30 minutes a day, no matter how bad I feel or how tired I am. I found that most of the time I end up doing about 2 hours on average anyway. This was how I got through my 500 Instagram drawings, and that's how I know I'll be able to do this and see it through to the end. I highly recommend it if you're struggling with motivation, even if it's not game development, if it's something completely different, that you rely on discipline instead of motivation and just try to do a small bit every day. Eventually it'll become habit and be a little easier for you. But I'll get off my soapbox. Thank you all for coming to check out the game. If you'd like to stay updated and see future progress, make sure to go find that little bell, like and subscribe to get notified. Or if you never want to see me again, I guess that's cool too. Thanks for sticking around anyway. Oh, and of course, feel free to check out my Instagram if you like pixel art. I post there weekly. Thanks again.
Stealth and a sling with multiple types of ammo, some of which is alchemical as Amicia becomes more like her mother to protect Hugo. Viewing gameplay like that through Amicia may sound like a massive compliment to bestow on the game. To some extent it is, but I think it's important to realize how limiting this is, even though I think the game has great intentions. We can flip over to the set pieces in the game to better illustrate what I mean. These are just like set pieces in The Last of Us and Uncharted, but with a lot less flair, and that's definitely not a bad thing considering the different tone of this game. A Plague Tale has chase sequences, coordinated and choreographed all gillied up stealth gauntlets, on-rails defense sections against both rats and human enemies, and a few others. The most important thing I want to point out here is that each of these only has one correct response. It is a test to realize what you have to do and then perform that action adequately. Again, I feel the need to point out that this type of game design can often be enjoyable if those actions are satisfying to perform, but right now I'm only interested in demonstrating that there are stage plays for each of these sections that you are expected to follow. The reason why that's so crucial to understand is that 90% of the game follows these rules. Even outside of set pieces, there is an unknown script that you are meant to blindly adhere to through cues given by the game, and if you ever try to do something different, then you better hold on tight to your croissants and hope the game doesn't break. Stealth sections have interactable objects, usually piles of metal things, for you to hit to distract guards. Did you have some creativity and try to experiment by throwing a rock at an animal to cause them to make a noise for a different kind of distraction? Well, that was a waste because rocks bounce off animals like they're made of stone and they don't react. Did you try to fight the guards instead? Well, you can't do that if they're wearing helmets until you progress far enough into the game to get the alchemy formula that makes the guards take them off, or the skill upgrade that allows your shots to knock helmets off their heads. But even then, there are guards that are immune to this for no discernible reason and can only be killed through manipulating the rats. Did you waste all of your rock ammunition finding all of this out and now you can't use your sling? Well, no worries, because the game will respawn rocks in any area when you run out, and there are convenient piles of resources in every part of the game that match whatever trial you are currently trying to get through. Or the game will just spawn more directly for you like a mysterious infinite ammo cheat. Resource management isn't necessary to proceed, only for getting the most upgrades, which again, you don't need to proceed. I killed every guard I possibly could in the game, like Amicia was Rambo with a sling, and I was capped at maximum for just about everything for the entire playthrough. Plus, it's weird that there's a resource system tied to combat and puzzle solving when you're not going to be shooting without locking on first. You cannot turn auto-aim off, and it is a generous aid even on its lowest setting. However, this is probably because you can't actually hit anything without using that lock-on. You can sling a rock and see it visibly collide with enemy models, but if there was no lock-on active at release, even if only for a split second, it won't connect. And this is without going into situations like those I used in the opening. Sources of fire are very important, and Amicia and her crew will leave them behind just because they had to climb up a low wall, or the game will just make Amicia have a hand spasm to drop it in a puddle so you lose it.
Oh no! The torch!
Guards carry around light sources of their own, which our heroes won't ever consider picking up to use themselves, and then there are a few specific times where things just get stupid. I'm going to talk about them, but first I want to say that if this sort of thing doesn't bother you, then that's okay. I'm not trying to say that your perspective is invalid. If anything, I'm a little envious. But to me, video games are mostly about interactivity and choices. If a game only wants one specific thing from me, then I need it to be an enjoyable test of execution, like some of the screens in Celeste that only have one real way to get through them, or it needs to be extremely interesting on a thematic or experience side of games like a great Uncharted set piece. A Plague Tale is sometimes like that, but mostly it isn't, and it also tries to present itself as a grounded journey that these characters are going through, and yet there is little room for rational thought about what you could possibly do in these situations. It's just hold forward and do the only scripted response. Halfway through one of the game's best levels is a group of enemies collecting bodies for burial. This area is a corpse field left behind after a battle between the English and French armies, and it is one of the most amazingly realized settings I have ever seen in a game. These guards, however, are not a part of that. 3 of them do not have helmets on. Another important problem to know about A Plague Tale is that the enemy AI leaves a lot to be desired. Alert guards will often stop looking for you even when they can still see you. Running around a pillar is enough to cause them to lose brain cells. Even then, you pretty much have to get up, do a dance, and scream that you love the English for them to notice you. There's a line of dialogue that plays here as you stealth through. One of the armored soldiers orders the lackeys with no helmets to keep working. I died after hearing this when I tried to be cute and threw rocks at them, restarted at the checkpoint, and decided to kill those 3 guys without helmets on before stealthing past the other 2. I successfully murdered them, waited for the alert status to fall, and then went forward. And that line of dialogue by that soldier still played, with his same delivery made over 3 corpses this time, that he wanted to work harder so these other men would have a decent burial. I still tried to fight the 2 remaining soldiers and couldn't kill them. When I ran away instead, they were on full alert and on the chase. Then we jumped over this wall and immediately ceased to exist in their eyes. They're incapable of jumping over the same wall we just did, and they don't even care when I slung rocks at them from behind it. Maybe you think this is me being an ass and trying to break the game. You might be right, but remember that I said this is what I think games should try to be all about. Situations should reward thought and consideration. And I think A Plague Tale has a good example to demonstrate why I play games in this way, and it just so happens to be on the same level. So let's rewind a bit from these soldiers. Something like a tunnel has formed here in the remains of the battle. It's full of rats, and at the end there's a soldier who's trapped by them. As you walk forward, he turns to the source of light you are carrying and thinks that someone has come to help him. Instead, you are his doom, because you are pushing the rats closer toward him as you force them back with the fire. Rats don't just fear fire in A Plague Tale, exposure to it outright kills them. This is a minor emotional moment in the game for these characters. This is far from the first time Amicia has killed someone, but I believe it is the first guard that wasn't actively trying to get you, and is instead pleading for his life. Amicia even apologizes to him as this happens. You're meant to feel bad, and it was something that even made me pause to see if there was some other way through here, or a way to save him. but the game doesn't let you do the simple act of asking one of your crew to hold the torch, so your hands are free to sling an alchemical mixture to light the other torch next to this soldier. You have to march forward and kill him because it's the only way.
This way!
Except I'm lying, there is a way to save him. It should be as simple as passing the torch around, but it's still there. Another sconce to place the torch farther into the tunnel so you can light the torch next to the guard. Here the game puts you into a situation and rewards you for thinking that there must be another way and experimenting. If the game scores points for doing this, which I definitely think it does, then it makes sense to me that times when it doesn't, but really should, are rightfully disappointing. Let's fast forward now. This guy is named Roderick. He's a blacksmith who has been captured by the Inquisition because he and his father built a secret doorway in the library. There's a trick to opening this door, and inside there's a book that they want because it contains important information on the Prima Macula. Amicia also wants this to save Hugo, and along the way you meet the captured Roderick who is about to be tortured into opening the door. You are in full control of Amicia as Roderick is being escorted through the library. I think it is a very reasonable conclusion to come to that you should try to save him. There are even multiple times where you are kept waiting in corridors as they walk slowly toward a door that are practically screaming at you to remove some Inquisitor helmets and then bash their heads in. And you sort of can do that. Every enemy here is killable except for this big one. You would think that after you start attacking that Roderick would snap to action and aid you in his own rescue, but nope, you are soft-locked by attacking at any point in this sequence. Roderick will never move. The doors to the next area will never open. You can never kill this big guard, and he can never kill you unless you let him, since he moves much, much slower than you can. What's really frustrating about this is that after you allow them to walk to the trick door, there's no proper announcement for when you should attack. You just have to realize that now there's a way to kill the big guard by making the chandelier fall on top of him, and that you should try it. Roderick will also now help you and fight the other guard after you attack, and will open the trick door while a fresh set of guards materialize out of thin air in the hallway that you just came from. I'm sorry to say that I'm not done with Roderick because there's something worse than this involving him later in the game, right before the end actually. You can't walk down this street because there are some archers standing waiting to shoot you. Even though you are in range of them with your sling, your rocks will phase through them when they should land, and there is an invisible wall preventing you from getting closer. The only solution is to use a nearby wagon as cover so the archers can't get you. Roderick insists on being the one to push it, which of course means that he dies while supplying this cover for you. The thing is, the first invisible wall vanishes when this event starts. You can run forward and be in range to kill the archers with your sling, and Amicia is capable of dodging the arrows. Not only do I think many people will try to do this, the game is also prepared for you trying and will spawn more archers to replace the first set if you kill them. However, what the game did not anticipate is that you can comfortably kill those replacement archers too before they ever get a chance to shoot an arrow, but Roderick still dies. The 2 arrows he takes are scripted to appear when he reaches a certain point down the street no matter what. Then he dies even though no archer was ever there to shoot him. I find this one weirder than the others. It feels natural to try to save him, and the developers clearly anticipated some attempt at that, but the entire event falls apart. Roderick continues to push the wagon, huffing and puffing in his sacrifice, long after all the archers are dead, while you can run freely up and down the street looting the bodies, doing laps around him. There is also another one-way invisible wall that you can discover here that allows you to get back to where you just came from but not forward again. You have to take the stairs on this side area instead, even after the event is done. Keep this death in mind for just a minute. In contrast to it, I want to show times that are like the Witcher cooking station. Sometimes Amicia will encounter a locked door and have to send Hugo in through a window to unlock it for her, even though she could easily fit through the same window herself. There's a section in the city where you risk your life going the long way around to get into a cemetery when she could just climb over a fence and have a much easier time of it than many other things she climbs in the game. And many times you use a small stick to carry a flame from one place to another, with the problem that the stick burns away quite quickly while it is the only thing saving you from death from the rats. Why doesn't she just bring more than one stick?
These bricks burn too quickly. I won't be able to keep them back long enough.
Some of this may seem petty, and that's because it is. The lesson I am taking away from A Plague Tale is that this sort of thing is only frustrating when there's consequences. Roderick dying when he shouldn't has an impact and reveals a lack of planning on the part of the devs that would require a decent amount of work to make right. Whereas it's quite easy to imagine that the windows just ended up being larger than they expected, that this gate should have been higher, and that the animation of her exchanging the flames between 2 sticks ended up being clunky and not worth the effort. There are no big repercussions to make these feel jarring, and they remain petty little problems. But Amicia losing her torch for a stupid reason is incredibly annoying because now they're in danger, so it feels false. Another example is right after you meet Lucas and have to sacrifice a pig to draw the rats to one side of a barn so you can safely walk through it. There are multiple other solutions that could be done much more easily here without the incredible awkwardness of this pig perfectly truffling along this grain trail and then being skeletonized. One that I tried to do was pushing the fire cart that you leave right outside the gate to this area into the barn. Not only did the game not allow this without giving any reason, it also resulted in Lucas running into a pack of rats and killing himself as he tried the path next to me. Consequences being the catalyst that makes these minor issues into larger ones can also be felt when the game takes control away from you to force a problem. This is far from an issue unique to A Plague Tale and became a running joke when I played Xenoblade Chronicles 2, win the boss fight, then lose in the cutscene afterward, but it's still present here. When you are in control of Amicia, she uses her sling like John Wick post-dog death. She is so fast and accurate with dealing killing throws that it feels like she's the only one in the land with a handgun. But as soon as we switch over to cutscene mode, she forgets she's able to fight back entirely, yet she's fighting this at the end of the game.
Blood, incertitude, renewal!
Surprisingly, that's the meat of what I have to say about gameplay in A Plague Tale. Stealth is ever present and is your default state while you choose how to approach each room-sized problem in the levels. Early on you avoid guards or distract them while following a clear set of instructions. Later you can light fires, extinguish them, lure rats, and you've probably seen most of it in the footage playing throughout this video so far. The best moments are when you're manipulating the rats through sources of fire to overwhelm guards, when you feel like you're using the environment instead of just pelting out stones, and I wish the game had leaned much harder into that puzzle-like gameplay. Maybe alchemy powers could have recharged over time like Breath of the Wild's apps in order to allow for a more in-depth exploration of these systems and encourage player experimentation. I was never low on supplies, but knowing that something is meant to be limited will always make me play conservatively, and that's exactly how the game's design feels, restrained because of the same limitations. But I don't think this kind of gameplay is the point, although I have to admit I'm not sure. There are 3 bosses in the game, and the last one was such a pleasant surprise, as was the darkly beautiful approach to the corrupted cathedral on the way there, that it makes me question what the game is trying to do. I definitely think there will be a sequel, so maybe this is meant to be the simpler entry-level dive into how these systems can work that will be expanded on in the next game. Or is this boss, with a great mix of spectacle and a moderate spike in complexity, an aberration in gameplay as well as appearance? Before we finish by discussing the story, there are a few more things I'd like to address. The first is a mix of inconsistent rules involving the rats and a couple of moments that didn't make sense to me. There were many times that the rats wouldn't attack me or others even though there was no fire next to us. It happens in this storm section as you approach this castle, on this guy when you have to use the rat lure, when you return to your estate, and you can see it in that scene we went through earlier with the soldier stranded in the tunnel. The rats are such ferocious eaters that they won't even stay confined to this acre of dead pigs and will wander out for food, yet sometimes they won't move a few steps for an easy meal. The game was too quick to tell me what to do in many situations. The one that sticks out the most was during the escape after meeting Lucas. You're surrounded by rats next to this windmill, and while I was enjoying how good it looked, the game decided to tell me that I have to fling the ignifer chemical at the windmill to proceed, when I would have very much enjoyed realizing that myself. The first boss battle is one of the stupidest fights I have ever seen in a game that mostly succeeds in taking itself seriously. This is the second person that Amicia ever kills, the first being another guy 20 seconds earlier. This boss is a huge guy in full heavy armor, wields a massive mace, and shouts about how he's the veteran of 2 wars. Yet as Amicia peels off layers of his armor, he never stops to think that maybe, just maybe, he should let go of his heavy weapon after it gets stuck in the ground for the 10th time to grab the nimble fighter instead of doing the same thing over and over. I think it would have been much better if, after he loses his last armor strap, he lets go of the mace and goes into a rage and rushes at you, so there's a bit of panic as you try to get the final rock to his head. It wouldn't make the encounter great, but it would prevent me from feeling like I have a bigger head injury than this guy when it's over. Lastly, there are some performance issues. There was hitching every few minutes in every area in the game, and massive frame drops in one of the last levels when you play as Hugo stealthing through the Inquisition's impressive-looking factory. This didn't bother me much since the game isn't about quick reactions and fluid combat, but it's an issue nonetheless and maybe more annoying for others, and if the sequel does have faster gameplay, it'll have to be addressed. The one performance issue that I couldn't stand, however, was the use of chromatic aberration. Anything that isn't in the center of the screen has it, and it was so distracting right from the start that I was going to give up on the game before I found out how to turn it off in a settings file. This is not something you can turn off in the game itself, and that baffles me more than anything else we've seen in the video so far, especially since the game looks so good. This is Future Joe broadcasting from the future to say that this issue has been patched since I recorded the script. Now you can go into the in-game options menu and you can turn this setting off or turn it down. So that's really good, and I just wanted to point that out. Which brings us to story time. There's 2 major things to go through here: the overarching plot and individual moments between characters and the situations they find themselves in. Some of this may end up being repetitive since the story has similar issues to the gameplay, only you're not in control. Sometimes the game artificially decides to cause a problem to push things along instead of making it feel natural and reasonable. Hugo is the source of a few of these problems. In general, he's a better and more likable child than in most stories, especially considering he's only 5 years old. But very early on, the game shows you that it's willing to exploit that he's just a kid to make problems happen.
I am not stupid! Don't shout!
This is actually made worse by how well done he is in most of the scenes. He even manages to stay resourceful and calm when you control him for a chapter. I was surprised that his illness wasn't used as an excuse to get Amicia in trouble, since that would make more sense than him suddenly deciding that he wants to play with mallets and make a racket when he understands how much trouble they're in. Him running away after learning that his parents are dead is a perfectly reasonable response, but he was being a brat before this because the story needed it. Which is a shame because this could have come about organically anyway if he had just pressed Amicia for information now that they were safe. This feeds into some disappointment with the overall narrative because these 2 characters get along really well for most of the game. They're siblings but also strangers because their mother kept Hugo in isolation as they dealt with his illness. This can be felt in a little bit of awkwardness at the beginning, but it quickly subsides and that's them bonded for the game. There are a few times that the game brushes against them having some disagreement, but this story is nothing like a relationship being forged through hardship like in The Last of Us or God of War 2018. Instead, this bond is mostly formed and done within the first few hours, and the
Viewers consumed nearly 10 billion hours on Twitch in 2018, and 50 billion hours of gaming content were viewed on YouTube last year. How should you go about getting influencers excited about playing your game? One effective strategy to convince influencers to cover your game is what I like to call velvet rope access. And by velvet rope access, I mean letting creators play your game before anyone else has access to it. Getting invited to participate in a game reveal is a big deal. Go after mid-tier influencers. They're more likely to respond, and as a nice bonus, they also happen to be the ones that drive the most sales. Remember, timing is everything. Your game has the most impact for influencers when it's new. With that in mind, you should also choose your release day wisely. Now that you got your event planned and you're ready to start reaching out with an exclusive, juicy exclusive event offer, you'll want to sweeten the deal even more. So this is where you go ahead and fire up a revenue sharing program with Partner Network. Revenue sharing increases games' presences on social channels, which in turn leads to more sales.
The rest of the story is trying to find a cure for Hugo. The setting is the real star here. Every level was convincing, engrossing, and beautiful, if sometimes in a disgusting way. The city sections were my favorite since it best embodied this bring out your dead idea of the Black Death and were typically when you had both the rats and soldiers to deal with together. You overhear snippets of what life is like for the survivors while soaking in the atmosphere yourself, and it's where the experience side of the game peaked for me. That's really all there is to the story for the majority of the playthrough. Villains are introduced, but you know little about their motivations until near the end when things get more interesting but also kind of stupid. Until that moment, it's a story driven by necessity. First escape, then survive, then try to save Hugo, and then finally fighting back against the Inquisition with the macula tied up in it all. The side characters all serve a purpose to help at each of these stages and then just sort of linger around the story as bland echoes. It wasn't a bad thing since it was nice that they weren't immediately killed off after being useful, and it also makes sense that they would join your group since they lose their homes. They each have their own tasks and a place in the abandoned castle that you claim, which was charming to see, but the most memorable thing about them to me was how much they'd shout the word bastard and not much else. Lucas is the only possible exception since he is directly involved in researching the cure for Hugo, and alchemy is his whole life, so his single-mindedness seems justified. The story gets much more interesting when you and he return to the Darun estate in search of Beatrice's secret alchemy lab, so her equipment can be used with the book you acquire from the library. Not only is it interesting to see how devastated and different the estate is after being left so long in the clutches of the rats, the story unloads quite a bit of intrigue about the Prima Macula, the rats, and the plague. By far the most captivating part for me out of the entire game was that Amicia's father's body had been left untouched by the rats. You've been shown multiple times how quickly the vermin can reduce a corpse to bones, and yet here is the uneaten corpse of Amicia's father and all of the servants that died during the assault by the Inquisitors. This is something that the game deliberately draws attention to in order to kindle your interest about how the rats and the plague truly function. Then you learn more about the plague's history, discover Beatrice's laboratory, finish a concoction that's meant to cure or drastically slow the progress of the macula in Hugo, and witness the rats visibly respond to this, something that Lucas points out, as if they have a shared intelligence that recognizes what they've done and decides to back off. Isn't that really interesting? I sure hope it's explained.
It's one of our servants, but his body...
Yes, the guards were eaten alive, but he wasn't.
Why? There must be a reason.
Yeah, it isn't. None of it is. Look, I understand that some of this may be setting stuff up for a sequel, or that the connection between the macula and the plague is meant to be something otherworldly and never fully understood. But if a story diverts your attention so strongly onto something, I think it's a fair expectation to have some answers by the end. It was the untouched corpses that I really wanted to know about, since I can sort of accept the rats having a hive mind type link with the macula, and whatever essence of it that was sparked in this potion caused them to become passive. And I also considered for a while that it's something you're meant to figure out on your own, but I can't think of anything that makes sense. The most clear answer is that Hugo always had some amount of influence on the rats, and his lingering will is what caused them not to eat these bodies, even weeks later. But that doesn't make a shred of sense when the rats can eat Amicia right in front of him, or even Hugo himself, so most of this intrigue and the sudden spike in interest ended up being a big nothing.
Is he your father?
It's just before this that Amicia learns that her mother is still alive but being kept far out of reach as a prisoner of the Inquisition. She decides, rightfully so, to lie to Hugo about this so he doesn't try to go out to find her. Unfortunately, he overhears the truth and, after drinking the cure, somehow vanishes in the middle of the night with no one seeing him. Amicia wakes up and he's gone from the castle, and you leave in a fruitless search that ends in a cool layered nightmare sequence with some hints that maybe Amicia has some macula ties after all, but I might be reading too much into it. This leads us to the final act of the story, and where things get better in some ways, but also kind of dumb. Some of Hugo's blood has been drawn so that Vitalis can infect himself with the macula, but in a sort of symbiotic way that matches whatever level of power that Hugo currently has. Meanwhile, you play as Hugo sneaking through this factory in search of your mother. You trail behind Nicholas, the Inquisitor who led the assault on the Darun estate and killed your father, and find Beatrice. Whatever effects the cure might have done for Hugo are then promptly reversed when Beatrice has him embrace the macula to gain direct control of rats through its link with the plague, or however it works. This is a cool moment of empowerment that's a little clunky, and I wish had more freedom to use in some of the rooms that you move through. It leads to a confrontation with Vitalis and Nicholas, who have by now revealed that they want to use this power to control the plague with a different breed of rats, formed in unclear ways involving bleeding people over other rats, to be the saviors that rid the world of the plague by controlling it, but also probably some other nefarious purpose too. They push Hugo to use his powers more and more so he strengthens them, reaching the next threshold so that Emperor Pope Palpatine Vitalis also gains power through the same link. But for some reason that's never explained, Hugo's power cannot awaken fully because of Amicia. Then the scene ends. A month passes and now we're back with Amicia, who is lamenting the loss of her brother while she winters in her hidden castle with the others. During their nightly routine of setting up the castle's defenses against the rats, more of the vermin than ever before bulge through all of the traps and overflow into the castle's courtyard. The Inquisition is attacking alongside the rats because Hugo has been brainwashed into obeying them and is here to kill Amicia. This is the dumb part. I know he's only 5, I know he's just a child, but these two have gone through too much for this to make sense without some sort of supernatural mind control on Hugo, which very well may be what's going on, but then the problem becomes that it is far too easily broken and not all that clear. Nicholas, who is able to so effortlessly storm the Darun estate at the beginning, comes here alone with a child that he's only had for a month, to force him to kill his sister, and had absolutely no reinforcements or any real backup plan if the child turns out to be unwilling to do it. After about a minute, he shoves him aside in the scene like even he doesn't believe in the plan and has had enough of it. I've gone through this twice, and even assuming that Vitalis was exerting his will on him through the macula doesn't resolve how poor I think this scene is. Hugo's only complaint is that Amicia lied to him, and then immediately after this they embrace and everything is fine between them as he passes the next threshold. So maybe it is something to do with the macula and that needed to be better shown, or maybe I'm wrong to dislike this and it's fine, which is unfortunate for me since it's the biggest scene in the story between these two characters and when it appears like their bond is properly formed. And having said that, maybe that's why I have an issue with it. To me, these two were already at this stage much earlier in the story, and this rift between them is an unwarranted regression for the sake of having a big dramatic reconciliation that feels unearned. After this, I was hoping to have more answers about the mysteries the game had presented. Instead, you and your gang go back to the city to kill Vitalis and free Beatrice. In terms of visuals and even gameplay, this is a wonderful conclusion that shocked me by being so well done. There's a lingering shot on Vitalis as he dies, as he stares at Hugo with almost an amused smirk that I thought meant they had swapped bodies through the macula, or that Vitalis would now be carried with him in some way. But in the epilogue scene that comes next, Hugo is acting like his normal self as they prepare to leave the village to what looks like some boats on the horizon in the last scene. Maybe this will be a setup for a Plague Tale corruption, but we'll see. And that's the story. It felt like it was mostly an excuse to go through multiple environments. The most interesting thing about it ended up going nowhere for me. Some of the characters were alright, and the setting was incredible. In these videos, I almost always come across as more negative than I actually feel about games, and I'm sure this one is no different. A Plague Tale is certainly flawed, and I focus greatly on those flaws because having played so many games, these types of issues are quite frustrating for me. But there's another way of looking at this game that I think is more fair, and it comes with the realization that I am way more likely to recommend it to someone who has never played a game before. Like The Last Guardian or Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice, A Plague Tale is a game that shares much of its identity with movies, but is still firmly a game in its own right. It benefits somewhat from being an interactive experience, and someone who is new to games likely won't be annoyed with the lack of player agency in many scenes, and will be eased into gameplay that's guided and snappy. That is not to say that this is only successful as an entry-level game. Many people who play games regularly will enjoy it, and when it comes to the experience of sneaking through environments that are this well put together, I am one of them. But I didn't love this game in the same way that I think someone who is new to games might, or someone who is looking for a lighter gameplay experience might. Its presentation is fantastic, and like I said near the beginning of this video, would be impressive for any studio. So I think it counts a little extra for a smaller one that decided to go for all of this instead of something safer. If my guess is right, I look forward to playing the next game in this series, and I hope there's something more complex waiting for Amicia and Hugo in the future.
Let's go. Good.
Amicia,
Yes?
why are they looking at me like that?
Hi guys, welcome back to Nintendo Minutes. So we had asked you guys on the YouTube community tab a couple of days ago to share with us your deepest, darkest gaming confession.
Dun dun dun.
Yeah, and we got a lot of stuff. You guys are weird.
lot.
Just kidding.
These are amazing.
So we picked a few to read to you guys, and we also have at the end some of our
A little surprise from ourselves.
confessions as well. I feel like we confessed a lot of stuff to you guys, so I don't know
What's left?
what other secrets are left, but
Crazy can
I
it
did
get?
come up with one that I don't think I've told people yet, so it's pretty embarrassing. So stay to the end to watch those.
Okay.
But yes, you guys had a lot of really funny, really relatable stories, and we're gonna read a couple of them now. So this confession is from Minor Insomniac. It took me 6 months as a 9-year-old to realize it was in fact called psychic type, not physic type. My friend laughed so hard when I mentioned it, and she corrected me. So, psychic and physic, different things.
I'm gonna jump in and defend this person. When you're playing games, it's often alone, and there are a lot of words that you see that maybe make sense in your head that you are never saying out loud.
That's right.
Ever. So you're like, oh, that's just what it is.
Yeah, it's easy. The spelling is very similar.
It's close.
And if it was a physic type Pokemon, it would still actually make sense. Like the powers would make sense. You know, it would be like physics-based attacks. Okay.
Yeah.
Like that'd be all right.
Yeah, a close corollary to this is there's a very famous story about somebody who, in Final Fantasy games, you get Phoenix down when somebody, passes out.
Right.
Have you thought, what is Phoenix down? Do you know?
Isn't it like the feathers of a phoenix bird?
Okay, so there's this person who went years and decades and was like, well, it's just called Phoenix down. No, Phoenix down. Phoenix went down, I don't know. And then they realized, and that it was a mind-blown moment because they'd never talked to anybody about it. It's just in this game.
We should talk to each other
Talk to
more
people about
often.
your games, people.
Yes, this is
That's
where
the
this is a safe place. Please
Yes.
talk to us.
Get it all out there.
It's fine. Yes.
Phoenix down.
Phoenix down. Psychic physic. It's fine. Physics, psychic, whatever.
This is a confession from Noel the Burst Kid. I deleted the Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon game that came with my Nintendo 3DS because I was too scared of it when I got to the first boss. This was when I was 8.
Oh, everyone's like Luigi's Mansion. It's like a funny kind of scary, but I'm very easily scared, and there's definitely some like jump scares that I think would scare me too. And I'm not 8, so.
I think it's a good question to return to. Is Luigi's Mansion scary?
Yeah.
If you're 8 or otherwise.
I think the jump scares do like make you flinch a little bit.
Yeah.
Like overall, the game I don't think is super scary, but I definitely jumped a couple of times. And
Deleted
again,
the game though.
Ooh.
No trace left.
Just get rid of it from your entire existence.
I don't need
Delete
to see
it.
this ever again.
Ever again. I mean, fair. Okay, I also have one that is related to games being deleted, which seems to be a popular.
There was a common theme about.
Thematic, about people's games getting deleted and people getting mad and whatnot. So this is from Game Slayer 4567. My brother deleted my save data on Mario and Luigi, Bowser's Inside Story. So I started taking his things, one at a time, waited for him to notice. This kept going for 5 weeks. He didn't notice. I have a lot of
layers to
questions,
this.
A lot of layers. First of all, great game. Would be mad too if someone deleted my Bowser's Inside Story.
It's a long game.
Long game.
You don't want to start over once you get going.
That's true too. I didn't even think about how long that game was, but yeah, that's a good point. How much stuff did your brother have? That's another question. And what exactly did you take?
I appreciate that he took the long path to revenge. It's like, could have just gone and give him a noogie, But it's like, no, I'm gonna make you suffer slowly.
Yeah, but if he didn't notice, did he suffer at all?
Maybe he never noticed.
Maybe he's reading this comment now and be like, give me back my stuff. What the heck? 5 weeks of stuff is a lot of stuff. It's a lot. Anyways, I hope that you eventually finished Mario and
But
Luigi.
so many comments about save date, losing saves, saving over saves.
That is, I think a common, relatable thing with all of us. Like, if we lose a save, or if something happens to a save, That hurts. That cuts deep.
That'll
So
stick with you.
That will stick with you. We
Yeah.
all have those stories. So
Yeah.
we're here for that, for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
Okay, what's next?
All right. This is a gaming confession from Jesse. Back before the internet was readily available, I fell for a friend's crazy story about unlockable items in Ocarina of Time. I was only 9, and the delivery of the lie was so confident and believable. It wasn't until years later that he confessed. It was a fun lie that we both laugh about today. Dun, dun, dun. Wow.
Wow.
Has that
Wait
ever
a-
happened to you?
You know,
Pre-internet?
I think so. Because there was a lot of like schoolyard chit-chat.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, like, did you know that you could do this? See, this is where it's actually nice that a Breath of the Wild type game didn't exist when we were little, because there were so much of those like scenarios where it's like, could this be done? We don't know.
Right.
So you'd probably be, I would have believed
No,
it.
I think
really
Breath of the
gullible,
Wild
so.
is the closest to a game like that we have today. Because even
Right.
now we see things like, oh wow, you can
I didn't
do
know
that.
you could
That's
do
amazing.
that.
Yeah.
But there's no way to verify
No.
if you didn't have the internet. So
But there were certain games where that kind of mentality seemed to happen more than others.
definitely Zelda games.
A lot of Zelda
It seems like
games,
Zelda games
right.
because of the puzzle, the treasures, the collecting.
Yeah.
Like that seems to be a pretty common one. Pokemon games, I think, is another one where there was a lot of like rumors
Right.
about these types of Pokemon are here or there or whatever. And if you didn't have a way to check on that, like, how would you know? Yeah. Good thing we have the internet now to verify everyone's lies.
Now. What?
Oh, that's it. You already said yours too.
We
I was
have
like,
our own now.
we have our own.
You pointed at me very accusatorially.
I'm sorry. I was like, which one do you have left to read?
You confess.
Do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
You can go first.
I'm nervous. So my confession is that I did not know that crossing was written as Xing until I saw some of the posters we were making for Animal Crossing. And then I realized that it was Animal Crossing and not Animal Zing. It's really embarrassing. But because I was like, whenever I read those signs when you're driving, it's like zing, But it's not, it's a crossing. Why did they just not write crossing? But
It's like Christmas. It's the same thing. Did you know that one?
I did know that one, but that's not the same as Christmas. That's not the same. But yeah, I did not know that word until I read it on the Animal Crossing game. I was like, oh.
All right.
Animal Crossing.
Well, that's why they spell it that
made
way.
sense.
No confusion.
That's right.
Crossing.
Yeah, and this was for I think it was for New Leaf or something like that. So it was really recent. I was an adult,
Good one.
so I have no excuse.
Good
No
one.
excuse
Yeah.
at all.
I mean, that seems like more of a life confession than a gaming confession, but okay.
But I realized it because of a video game. See all the things you learn
Right.
from video games?
Right. Well, my gaming confession is that when I was in college, I almost fell out of games completely. I was in a new setting and had friends who weren't really into games, and it was just hard to keep up with everything that was happening in gaming, and I almost gave up on it entirely, but I got a Game Boy Advance, and Advance Wars was the game that really kept me hanging into games, and of course from there on I was a huge game fan from there on, so very excited to see Advance Wars come back, and thank you Game Boy Advance for keeping me into games. Very excited that Advance Wars is coming back.
It's so
Yes.
exciting.
So it has a happy ending, that
yes.
confession.
So you were brought back to gaming with
It was one of those razor's edge moments.
Could have gone either way.
Worked
Could have
out
been in a
my favor.
bank.
Maybe not so well for you. Here I
Could
am.
have been in a bank. I'm glad I learned crossing is not zing. You need to take
Wonderful.
you need to take that driver's test again at some point. I mean, hey, it's good learning. All right, we have to stop. But you guys should tell us more of your confessions in the comment section below. We are going to wrap it up for today. And remember,
Nintendo Minute is never a minute.
see you next week.
Bye.
Nintendo Minute is never a minute. Down relax, 'cause time has no limit. Getting Krista, I'm having so much fun. Hanging out, playing games till it's time to run. Now we're done.
Hi everyone, my name's Sterling and I'm the lead programmer and co-designer of Lieshi. It's now July of 2021 and I'd like to begin by talking about one of the major improvements we've made to the game, switching from the Universal Render Pipeline, or URP, to the High Definition Render Pipeline, or HDRP. We made the decision to switch render pipelines because URP was simply too limited in functionality and we could not achieve the graphics we desired. We now have much more control over lighting, shadows, and visual effects. Second, our environments have been given a lot of love when it comes to detail and level design. Not to mention, we've also been working on several different environments in the game, some of which can be seen here. The world of Leshy tells a deep and thoughtful story. We have extensively researched Slavic mythology, and we have conceptualized nearly 30 characters to date. We have been working on all facets of character development, from concept art to 3D modeling to rigging and animation and texturing. Here you can see some of the animation work for the Bogatyr, a classic Slavic knight in similar fashion to the English Knights of the Round Table.
Hi, Austin here. I'm the lead artist on Leshy. I want to show a bit of the development process for our characters in the game. And once the model is complete, we begin texturing. This process takes a while, and because we're using a PBR setup, after we're done with the original texture, we have to create a couple extra maps to get it to look correctly in Engine. Once it's completed, we end up with something that looks like this. And then in Engine, if we were to take something like his book, you're going to see some of the extra details, such as the highlights and the way the reflections work with the pixel art.
Finally, we've started to work on the actual combat system. It's still quite early, but you can fight the Nav, which is an undead found in the early parts of the game. Stamina will be consumed and managed in a similar fashion, and players will need to use a combination of attacks, blocks, and evasive maneuvers depending on the fight. So we've only just begun our adventure into the world of Leshy, and we hope you follow along as we dive in deeper over time. There's so much more to come. Thanks for watching.
Melly looked at me the same way. Then she left. Because she doesn't like me anymore.
Hugo, she had other things to do.
That's not true, but it doesn't matter.
As the Patreon credits roll, here's a few things that I couldn't fit into the script. The voice acting in the game was fantastic, on almost every single character, but especially Amicia and Hugo. There was a bit of petty criticism that I couldn't fit into the script well. After you're captured and escape through the Inquisitor camp, there are two moments that are really kind of dumb. You have to signal to Arthur which kind of object you need him to interact with in order to create a diversion for you to sneak through, and I don't really understand how your choice is communicated to Arthur through these signals that Melly uses. Maybe there's a way and I don't understand it, but that didn't seem right to me and seemed really, really contrived. And then when you get to Hugo's cage, the Inquisitors realize that you've escaped and they're looking for you, and they're like, oh no, she's gonna come here and she's gonna try and save her brother, and they all fan out, and not a single one of them actually stays next to the cage waiting for you. They all leave and you can free Hugo with no problems and then go around and pick them all off. It seemed really, really dumb. In a similar vein, there was this really petty bit of presentation that I didn't like, which is that after you escape the estate at the beginning and Amicia falls into the river, she must hit her nose inside, or she gets some blood on her as she gets out of the river, and that's on her for the rest of the game. Months pass as you play this game in terms of the story, and she never once washes her face and clears the blood off her nose. And I know that sounds pretty bad and like, who cares, but when the game looks this good and it has some really good attention to detail, like her clothes are wet and clinging to her as she gets out of this, it just seems weird that no one thought, hey, she would have lost this bit of blood on her nose by now, but maybe it was a stylistic choice to show that she's still marked from what happened at the estate. I don't know, but it still kind of bothered me because I'm me. Sorry. Lastly, there was a great use of music in the game, especially toward the end and with the rats. There was this kind of, I think, a twine that happened whenever the rats were around, something kind of like out of a horror movie. It was really cool, but it was especially really good in the scene leading up to the castle, when you have to time your runs through these paths where the rats are crowded to the lightning bolts, and it appears with the sound as the rats go back, and it was really, really well done, and I thought that was pretty cool, and I enjoyed that quite a bit. And I think that's it. The next two videos will be on Return of the Obra Dinn and Sekiro. I hope you like them. Thank you very much.
like you invested too much time and money in a game you no longer play? Don't you hate the fact that you cannot withdraw your game credits nor use them in other games? Isn't it frustrating to provide your credit card details to do in-app purchases? We present you Kudo. Kudo coins are generated and distributed among all players and game developers according to their activeness. With Kudo, you're able to earn cryptocurrency for the time you invested playing. Then you can spend it in every Kudo adherent game without the need to use complicated transactions and fees such as credit cards and other payment methods. You can even withdraw it to your own crypto wallet. To start, just go to Kudo's website at app.kudo.io or one of the Kudo adherent games. Under the Kudo login button, create an account. Once you're logged in, Kudo magic will happen. With Kudo, you will start accumulating crypto rewards while having fun with all adhering games. You can check out the full game list at app.kudo.io or even submit your own game for a chance to be added. Join us to start earning Kudo now.
I kind of had this idea for a long time about a bridge building game. So I made this game in about a month and I called it Bridge Builder. Originally my idea was a very .com idea of just putting the game on a website and then getting advertising money. But yeah, the game, wasn't making me any money and I was basically broke. Started looking for a job and a friend of mine was working at this company in Scotts Valley. And while I was working there, Bridge Builder got pretty popular. A friend of mine and I decided to make a sequel to that. And later in 2001, we released Pontifex. Then in 2002, we released another game, which was kind of the simple physics-based Tetris game, but that didn't do that well. So then later in that year, we released Pontifex 2 in 2002, and that did pretty well. So we had enough money to go on for a while, and I think that's around, I guess, probably in 2003 when Edmund contacted us, and sent an email like, hey, I'm in Santa Cruz also and working on games. And his art was it was interesting, very Edmund style, I think it was dead baby stuff. It was, it was kind of cartoony, but.
So you get an email from somebody who draws cartoons of dead babies.
Yeah,
so
and it's
game.
Oh, what kind of person is this gonna be? But then we met him, and he's a relatively normal guy.
Let me put him. Shit.
Hiya.
Danielle, are you over there? Previously, I had given up on art because I couldn't get my games published. I couldn't make a living off of my work. All the websites and stuff that I did in the very, very early 2000s initially were successful back when there was revenue coming off of ads, but then that market died, like bam, it was gone, and there was no paychecks coming in at all. I gave up. I was like, I need a real job. Like we had moved to Sacramento, moved in with Danielle's mom. Shit happened with them, and we were forced to move back to Santa Cruz. I needed to get a real job, and there just happened to be an ad for animal control officers. They were looking for animal control officers, and I like animals. And I thought, okay, I'll do that. And I ended up getting the job, and I worked there for a year. It's like I was the deads guy. I'd have to go scrape dead animals off the road. If something was rotted for days, I'm the one that have to take it. And you have to scan it, because if it's a cat or a dog, it might have a chip. So you have to take it out. And you know, I got to do all the whatever. It kind of goes with the territory. Works with my aesthetic. I thought, well, I probably should at least try to do art for a living again. And I had no portfolio, unless you count a bunch of dick jokes and dead babies and whatever else. Like I had nothing. Like I could draw. I was a pretty good illustrator, and I wanted to be able to do that for a living. So I just started emailing everybody in Santa Cruz. I'll do logos for free. I'll do mascots for free. Any illustrations, anything. And then I heard of this place called Chronic Logic, which I thought was like a weed place, and everybody else did too. And they were looking for an artist, and I think I might have volunteered some time there. I think I volunteered a little bit of time doing work, and they liked what I was doing, and then they offered me, I think, $400 a month to come in and do whatever. And it was enough to get by, because me and Danielle were just living in a room, and she was working as well. Right before I worked on Gish, I was actually working with Tom Fulp on a game called Serious P-Shy.
All right.
And he couldn't continue to work on it because he was like, I got this console deal for this game called Alien Hominid, which was very popular at the time.
Me, Edmund, and a friend of mine from Willits named Josiah Bashota, we had done the Pontifex 2 before that. And so yeah, it was the three of us.
And I started doing box art for them, and 3D models and some other basic stuff for stuff that Alex was working on. And then a game called Triptych. And I drew a bunch of faces for the blocks, because the blocks had no character at all to them. They're just blocks, Tetris blocks. So I drew some faces on blocks.
While he was working on that, he kind of had this idea for taking those block physics and making a game out of it. And so that was the original idea for Gish, was he was going to be this ball of tar that could like reach out with an arm and grab these blocks and like throw them around.
I was like, okay, well, I'm working with a video game company. Like, maybe I can come up with something that would be mildly interesting for them. And I just went to town on this design document. Then I don't know what I was doing. I was just like making pages and pages of in-depth, like, oh, this is how it's gonna work. I knew that I could do stuff with characters, and I knew that I could make cool characters. So I wanted to make a bunch of cool characters, and I knew that Alex does really amazing physics. So I was like, how could I marry a cool character and physics? I was like, well, what about like just a blob? Like he could do a blob.
So he pitched it to us, and I didn't want to do all those animations. It's like doing an animation system is like, I hadn't done one. So like for me, it was just a bunch of busy work. So I was like, I'm gonna try and make this physics based instead of like animating this main character where I have to do like hundreds of frames. And so that's when I did the first basic Gish ball, which is, just like a simple like 16 particles connected with what I call bonds, which are just things that keep them at the right distance. Once we had that, we're like, yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious that like that was the way to go. Like it was pretty fun even early on.
I tend to make characters based on myself. So Gish, in some weird way, resembles me if you look close enough. Big blob, big black blob. But yeah, and then his love interest Brea was based on my wife, and I just wanted to do a cliche take on the damsel in distress situation, where it was like, what's the quickest way to like get this thing moving along? Well, she's gone, and you got to go get her. Enemy-wise and stuff, it was kind of, a lot of the stuff was based on animal control stuff that I was sketching at the time, which was like dead animals and maggots and rotting things, which would continue throughout my career. And for whatever fucking reason, Alex is like, sure. And then within a day, he had a physical little mesh ball of goo. It was just all wireframes, jumping around.
wasn't anybody making any platformers back then. Like, that was one of the challenges with Gish is like marketing a 2D game when everything has to be 3D. But yeah, there wasn't a whole lot of physics. Like Bridge Builder, I think, was kind of one of the first physics-based games that I would say like actually involves the physics in the gameplay. And then Gish was, you know, the physics are a big part of the gameplay, which I would argue is still kind of rare. Like, there's plenty of games using physics for like, hey, look at this thing blow up, or look at these ragdolls. But they're kind of just decorations. Making gameplay out of physics is really, really hard because I've heard people say like, oh, I'll just add physics and that'll add emergent gameplay. The problem is most of the stuff that emerges sucks and is not fun to do. So it's a matter of like weeding out and figuring out how to control that physics and make it playable for, you know, the average person.
I instantly saw the potential from there, and it's like, well, what else can we do? And he's like, well, I can make an editor for this, and you know, we can make levels for it. And I basically had this like a bunch of questions like, can we do ropes? Like, can we do like balls that roll down? And like, can we make him get slick? Or originally he had a goo whip. That was his original thing. He would like shoot out a goo whip and then swing but that actually felt a little funky and kind of tacked on. So we just stuck it to just the basics of like his basic properties. He would expand, and that would also make him jump. So it was like, oh, it's two birds with one stone. Like, you could throw stuff off of you. You could, if you're on top of somebody's head, you could bash it down, and you can also just jump with it. And then you could go slick to slide around through things, and then you could become heavy to drop down faster. And that was basically it. Like, we just threw it together within a few weeks, and we had a prototype that was fun. You know, platformers are fun, and a physics-based platformer is instantly fun because you're jumping around and hanging off walls and sticking to things and whatever else. And that was the basics of how it kind of started. Alex really, you could see that he was fueled by something, you know, some sort of that interaction, and he was like, yeah, we're gonna do it. Like, this is gonna be a really big deal. And it was just mostly me and Alex working for fucking ever. He let me do whatever I wanted when it came to the story, the characters, the graphics, and the majority of the level design. He ended up designing the final chapter of the game. He wanted to do some of his own little physicsy stuff. But I had this really cool way I did things, which I ended up always using this formula when it came to platformers, especially with Super Meat Boy. But I would go through and I'd write down, I'd draw a bunch of squares on a piece of paper, which were like level chunks, and I would come up with one interesting physics-based
This is the place? Doesn't look like much. Go take a look. Yeah. Okay, here we go. So who exactly is this guy? You're kidding. They're a fairy tale, Boston. Don't be an idiot. I see it. Open it. Wait. Do it. Can't believe this place is actually real. This makes no sense to me, Boston. But you might happen to be right. We've got one shot at this. I've got one shot at this. I know. I know. is the last one. We know that now.
Give it to me.
Give it to me. That's why I'm here.
puzzle. It didn't need to be a puzzle, but it was some sort of interaction with physics. If it was a button that you needed to put a rock on, or a faulty wall, a breakable wall that you needed to throw a rock through, or you need to pull something down in order to, little things like that. I would just come up with a bunch of rapid fire ideas, and then I would go through, and every level had to have 3, and then I would string them together, which is weird because that's kind of how I do the D&D stuff now. Like, I started DMing recently, and I do it exactly the same way. You come up with these cool, interesting things, and then you string them together thematically, and they feel like this organic, cohesive whole for the most part. I was learning as I was going. I had no fucking clue what I was doing. I was going with what I knew from when I was young playing video games. This was the first time I ever made levels, and it was super fun. I did what made the most sense to me and was the most fun.
It was kind of that, like we'd come up with an idea, and like I would work on getting that actually working and see if it's feasible, and then once we had it working, then we had like a really kind of hard to use editor, but it we could place these different types of blocks and stuff.
Alex really likes making a world where all of physics lies, and he calls it cheating. He's faking it. He doesn't fake it. Like, everything has to abide by the rules of the physics engine that he puts in place, and that's that. If Gish expands, he jumps. If he expands when he's grabbing something, it shoots it that way. If he expands when he's grabbing on somebody's head, it breaks their neck. Like, it makes perfect sense to me. Like, and that's what I was designing around as much as I possibly could when it came to the character's design, like the physics.
The one thing that people always struggle with, and still probably struggle with, is the jump, because you kind of have to bounce up and down, to get enough to jump over like a 3-block ledge. But it works out really well, because like if you're sticking to the side of a platform, you can jump sideways, whereas if it was kind of a fake jump, it wouldn't really work out that way.
Alex goes with alternative control schemes because he feels like this is more correct. Like, we made a game where he wanted to make it so when you hold down jump, your guy primes, and then when you release jump, you jump. That makes sense. That actually makes a hell of a lot more sense than the majority of the games that are out there. But it doesn't work in this environment because everybody's gotten used to pressing a button and instantly jumping. So with Gish, there was that where it's like, I'm tapping jump. Why am I not jumping? I'm just flopping on the ground. It's like, you saw a lot of that when people were playing, and you had to explain, like, no, he expands. He doesn't jump. And there's a logic break there. But once that learning curve, once they pass that, it's like, it feels really fun and intuitive and easy. That's a challenging aspect of Alex's design that I appreciate. Like, because that's one of the things that made Gish unique. Because if it's just press A to jump, like, it would just be Loco Roco or whatever else ripped us off later on in life. You know what I mean?
Both Edmund and I would say, like, that's our main attribute as designers, is that we just play our games a lot, Nobody's like born a game designer and just like has these great ideas that like totally work exactly as you think in your head. It's you have to be experimenting, and so yeah. I mean, I remember one control thing that we had, and Edmund and I actually argued about this, and he ended up being right, which is I originally had it where if you pressed right, you would spin clockwise, and if you press left, you spin counterclockwise. But when you're sticking to a roof, that's really confusing because you press right and you go left. So he wanted to do more absolute controls, where it's you press left and you'll spin in the right direction. And I think probably part of it for me was I didn't want to program that in, because you have to figure out like what is the surface normal that you're sticking to, and then if it's a diagonal, like what if you press up, should you go up, or yeah. But it wasn't too hard to do, and in the end, that was definitely the way to go. And we could also give you a little bit of in-air control too, which you wouldn't have had with the other method. I think probably the heavy one was probably the last one, but the slick one, like just to fit through a 1-block gap, you kind of had to, the friction was too much, you just sit there. And then the jumping, the expanding, we had that pretty early on. And the sticking also. Yeah, I think we had those in pretty early. So like the gameplay was kind of there. Although, yeah, I mean, that's just kind of a side effect of the programming of it. Like I just made it so if you're pressing this button, you stick to stuff. But then if you're slick, you can't stick to anything. And then, yeah, the heavy is just adding mass to the particles and then increasing the gravity. So Yeah, it was just kind of a byproduct, but it worked out really well, especially for the versus mode of being able to switch between those, and yeah.
Do you remember much of the thought process in the different biomes, as it were? The sewer and the...
Yeah, the ones that I've reused forever in all my other games. With Gish, he was progressing into the earth. So it was like, of course, the top layer is the sewer, and then you go deeper into like a cave environment, and then you go to hell, and then at Egypt. And then you come out into the cathedral on the other side. I had drawings of like this descent downward, so how it would, kind of make sense somehow. But I don't know. It was a combination of logic and what would be cool. You got to go to hell. Like, you can't not go to hell if you're digging down deep, right?
Like the third world where you go to hell, like that's by far the hardest one of them all, and it's the third out of 5. Like they actually get kind of easier after you get past that. But that was again a case of like, we're just making these levels, and we, happen to make the hell ones that had the hardest stuff. But those had to be the middle ones, because like the whole thing is you're going through the center of the earth, and so we couldn't really swap it around.
Right.
We probably made all of the levels, all the finished levels, in the last month or two. Because I remember we demoed it we got into IGF that year before, but like it was basically just a demo. I think we had maybe 4 or 5 levels that were just kind of like, hey, look at this physics stuff.
Initially, all we had was this like weird Pac-Man-ish type game. There wasn't any point to it. We came up with because we wanted to enter a game in the IGF, which I had no idea what it was. He's like, yeah, we won an award there last year, and it's super cool, and everybody's super nice. It's like, okay, let's shoot for it. So we wanted to throw something together with this prototype. And Alex might remember better, but I feel like we'd only been in development for a few months. There were just rooms, box rooms, with a bunch of amber everywhere, like coins, and you just had to get the coins within a certain amount of time. So super like basic and like not really that fun.
But the physics were all there. Right?
Physics were all there, but the thing that was actually really fun was we had a multiplayer mode, which was called Sumo, and that was one of the things that he had right in the beginning of the game, where we had two blobs that were jockeying for control over a big pillar that was kind of going back and forth based on physics. And it was super simple. And we also made football. It worked really well. And we entered that in the IGF. We made it in the IGF, which was super exciting. And then we got to demo it. And that was the most surreal experience, and I think the most pivotal experience of my career, when it came to showing my game off to people and seeing them happy, like seeing joy on their faces and seeing a crowd of people coming around and watching, people cheering and stuff like that, was beyond surreal. Like, it was like, oh my God. I remember feeling like I was on such a high there and feeling like, this is my career. This is what I'm doing. There was like 20 active indie developers that were in this thing, you know what I mean? Like, it felt so small, so it felt so effortless. Like, I felt like I could stand out really well. There wasn't much competition. I felt like what I had to offer was very different from what other people were having to offer. My perspective in general was different. It felt like a really untapped art form,
right,
which was super inspiring. And it's like, oh my God, where could this go? And it just filled me full. And I was like, and that's when I started, doing more Gish stuff, and also started doing more Flash stuff.
But the next year, I guess, that would have been 2004 then, was it? Or?
2005 is when we won.
Yes, you got the Seamus McNally, right?
Yep, 2005 we entered again. And guess who we were going up against? Tom Fulp, an alien hominid.
You're kidding.
No, yeah, it was fucking bizarre. It was like, it was such a bizarre year. Like, so there were they split them into two. There was the big and the little categories, I think. And we were in the big one for whatever reason. I don't know if it was budget related or not. I can't remember. But yeah, we entered it. We entered the final finished game in the next year, and we ended up winning for design as well as the grand prize. Right. Yeah, and that was nuts. It was the greatest achievement, winning the IGF with Gish, and winning those awards and feeling such gratification and such acclaim, in this small little pocket. And then nothing higher, because you could not get published. You could never go on, the consoles that wasn't gonna happen. Like, there were simply no options in the future at all. And I remember thinking, well, this is as good as it gets. And I gotta go get another job somewhere. What am I gonna fucking do?
Thanks that we can present here. We're very happy and honored to join the Blockchain Game Alliance. And yeah, I would like to tell you something about our project called Kudo. Let's share my screen. Okay. Yeah, I'm here to present our gaming platform Kudo. It's created by a company I established together with a Portuguese business partner of mine called João. And after the crypto boom of 2017, which was quite crazy, we saw a lot of projects were actually being promised but not delivered, and a lot of money was collected for projects that basically never happened. So we decided we wanted to do this in a different way and actually start developing first, work towards proof of concepts, and then launch and see if we need any further investment. And our main project we're working on right now is Kudo. This is our team. So we started 3 years ago and have been developing the Kudo platform, also some other projects, and a showcase game. But first, more about Kudo. Yeah, what we see happening is that in gaming, you have the situation that gamers, they want a fun game, and yeah, they're willing to pay money for that. So this is a pretty simple transfer money for fun, basically. But of course, this is an ideal situation, and this is not how it works. What actually happens is, yeah, game developers have a hard time of earning money. That's on the one hand because they have to go through certain platforms or distributors that take a lot of the income. Also, with their low income, they're forced to basically make the game less fun. They introduce things like loot boxes, for example, but also ads. And this leads to the situation where, yeah, when you're a gamer, you have to pay a lot of money, but you get a game that's less fun and sometimes even ads in it. And also you have to give your data away to advertisers. So we don't believe this is the ideal situation. So yeah, we see these issues for game developers. They have a problem of how to get paid enough. Especially smaller developers have a hard time starting. You have to fund a game beforehand, put a lot of time and effort into it, and then you have to see if it works out. So this is a really tough business, and then even if it's very successful, sometimes you don't get a lot of the profits. Next to that, with the low funding, it's a very competitive market and it's hard to attract new players. Of the new players, the engagement is low. There are so many games to choose from that the bounce rate is quite high. Somebody tries out a game and then quickly leaves. The advertising makes the game less fun, and also it's very hard to connect to other game developers and professionals. So it's hard to find better graphic designers, for example, to make your game better. So it's a really difficult business, especially when you're just starting out. Yeah, we think it should be fun. Of course, we see a lot of initiatives that are about play to earn. So you play a game and you can earn money. And we want to flip this around. We want gamers to be able to earn to play. So how does this work? We have a rewarding mechanism that game developers can implement in their games. And for the amount of time that gamers play in a game, the gamer gets coins that are newly generated, tokens, and the game developer gets coins from, on the one hand, the amount of gamers that are playing in the game of the developer. So if you have a very successful game, you will earn coins for all those players. And of course, those players, they want to spend the coins. They're going to use it for in-app purchases. And next to that, we also allow the game developers to use all these earned tokens to actually hire professionals. We'll also have a place where you can find professionals that are willing to work in return for Kudo to help you out. So it's a proof of gameplay rewarding mechanism. We use a cross-game token called Kudo that is running on the Telos network, which is similar to EOS, for example. We have an easy to implement SDK. Currently, we service only Unity games, but in the future, we will also service other game engines. And important, we think game developers should worry about gaming, so no blockchain experience is required. We take care of everything. So our target groups are gamers, game developers, and service providers. So what we offer is, a crypto reward for in-game time and performance. So gamers are more engaged and are also able to earn something from the time they invested in a game, and they can use this also in other games that use our tokens. So time is basically never wasted. So you might give it a bit more time to see how it works, to see if you can earn some tokens, but then mostly, if you can find things to spend it on. We think this is a better alternative than in-game advertisement. We think it makes sense to have in-game advertisements when it's really hard to earn money the normal way. And we want to firstly supplement the earnings of game developers, but in the future, it would be nice if game ads are not necessary if you earn enough via our platform. So, of course, it's crypto, so it also comes with immediate and easy peer-to-peer payments. And you can benefit from the Kudo ecosystem where all these games are in it. So there will be cross referrals. You will be able to see other games that use this. So you can benefit from each other's success. As I said, we will also offer a link to service providers that can help you out with all these things that as a game developer, you don't want to worry about. Well, in order to showcase this, of course, we want game developers to implement it, but we also wanted the full experience ourselves. So we created a game called Blocks the Game. And it's a tower defense game where each level explains how a specific blockchain works. So for starters, it's about getting more people to understand blockchain, of course, but also to showcase our tooling. So this is something, it's in the testing phase. You can become a tester. You can try this out, see how it works. And also, we will release this in the future as a way for people that are new to blockchain to understand it. Currently, we have 14 games that are implementing our platform. Our next steps will be, we currently have a working alpha version of the platform. We have a test net with over 2,000 users. We want to go to a main net in the second quarter of this year. We have a working showcase game, so you can really try it out and see how it works in game. And we're currently considering funding opportunities, but I cannot share anything about that at the moment. We will have PC game support coming. For now, it's mostly mobile. We will offer things like crowd testing games. We will use Kudo as a sort of incentive for people to test out games that are not that good yet. We have this gaming services marketplace. We will have a wallet later this year, and non-fungible tokens are, of course, a logical next step. We've had quite some media attention already, so that's very nice to see. I would really love it if you try out our SDK, if you go to our dashboard and see how it works, see if you can perhaps implement it in your game. And try out Blocks, the game. Get on the testing list. It's a really fun game. If you like tower defense games, you will certainly love this. And if you want like your nephew to understand the blockchain, or your grandma, of course, this game is the way to go. So thanks for your time. You can find us on the socials, and have a nice day.
But yeah, after the money dried up, I was like, whoosh. It was a low point for me, for sure. But eventually I just started saying, oh, fuck it, I'm gonna make games. I'm gonna just make a shitload of Flash games.
2004, I don't know, we might have sold, I don't know, 2,000 or 3,000 copies. Like it's really, these days, it's, you know, kind of amazing how few copies we sold. It was just, at the time, indie games weren't a thing, right? Like, you could buy it through our website, but, you know, getting people to go to a website, take out their credit card for some random site that, you know, doesn't look super professional is pretty hard. So yeah, it was just kind of word of mouth. And then I think in 2007, we put it on Steam, and that did pretty well. Like I think we got more sales on Steam than we had the previous couple years. And then the Humble Bundle, we were in the first Humble Bundle, which was kind of a funny thing because we had met Wolfire, you know, like David and Jeff and John, like they'd come down to Santa Cruz. They contacted us, they're like, hey, we're doing this bundle thing, you know, do you want to join in? And we're like, yeah, sure. And like, kind of just doing a favor to them. It was like, but then it came out and like, I think did over $1 million, I mean, total. So that was pretty good. You know, we were set for a little bit after that.
I was borrowing money from them at that point. So they were paying me initially, but then once I started working on my own project with them, I was borrowing money off the top. And like, we were hoping to just make enough money back. And it did get to a certain point where it's like, we got to wrap this up and release it because, you know, we've given you a lot of money and we need to make money back. So we just kind of wrapped it up and put it out and it was done. We did work on a sequel for a little bit, but you know, with anything, I think Alex had hit a low pocket, and it could have been from the Gish stuff, it could have been from the company split, it could have been from a bunch of different things, but I think he was getting burnt out, maybe even burnt out working with me, I don't know, but I was still super motivated. I wanted to keep moving forward, and it was around the time where, like I mentioned, like all my friends are becoming millionaires. Like all these games are getting deals on Xbox Live and PlayStation, and they're literally making millions of dollars. And I felt like there was no reason why we couldn't be right there with them, you know, because, you know, Alex has been making games for fucking ever.
You might have seen that video of like this ball of particles, which was pretty cool, but it wasn't very playable. Like it was a lot harder to figure out how to make that move around. So I think at some point we decided, well, let's just make it kind of more like, make the physics of Gish himself the same as the original. But it was another thing where, you know, it was just kind of too ambitious and we didn't really make it too far. At that point, Edmund had started working with Tommy on Super Meat Boy, and Tommy was actually living in our office in Santa Cruz. And yeah, so it was just one of those things where, yeah, Edmund was working on that most of the time, and I had some other games I was working on, so we just kind of drifted apart. You know, we just had different projects, and it's too bad that we didn't finish that game because that was a pretty fun one. But it's pretty hard when you both have other projects going on. To finishing a game is just ridiculously hard.
There was a good 2 years, I think, when we were working as Cryptic C at the office, where I would come in and work for at least 7 hours, and then I would go home and I would eat dinner, and then I would do contract work in order to pay the bills because I still wasn't making any money, and I was still having to pay for half of the office rent. And then after I did my contract work, I would work on my own games because I was starting to get sponsorships then, and I needed to do it. And I think by 2007, I had compiled a lot of Flash games. A lot of Flash games had been released, and I decided I was going to put all of my work on a disc and sell it as like a compilation. And that was going to be me just trying to put myself out and be like, no, look, I've made all these. I know you don't know all these games are connected, but I did all these games. These are all my games. I really pushed it. I pushed it like crazy, and it got in a bunch of magazines, and I got a bunch of press, and it was basically like people were starting to look at independent games again. And I started to get noticed again, and I got contacted by Cliffy B and I forget his name, somebody who worked on Bioshock. They both had bought the disc and they just wanted to say, hey, and I was like, this is an opportunity here. Do you have a contact? Do you have I want to do a console game. Like, let me do a console game. And both of them hooked me up with Kevin Hathaway from Xbox Live. Eventually, I got in touch with Dan Edelman from Nintendo as well. They were both interested in Gish stuff, and I wasn't sure what was going on with that. And Alex was having a difficult time overall, and I think he would kind of hit a wall. And I decided we'll just, instead of doing a sequel, we'll just remake Gish for console, but it still wasn't really going anywhere. And he said he really could use another programmer to help. So I was in contact with this guy named Tommy Reffinus. He came out to help us, but it's after like a month there, we knew it wasn't happening, and we finally were like, I don't think this is gonna work. Like, we can't, I can't risk losing these deals. Like, I need to do something with this, because if I let go of this, then it all falls, and it's very clear that the Gish stuff isn't gonna happen. And we kind of parted ways from that point, and I ended up spinning and saying, hey, well, there's this game, a Flash game I made called Meat Boy. It's been pretty successful. How about that? And they're like, we just wanted to work with you. It doesn't matter what you're working on. It's fucking do whatever. I'm like, all right. That's how that whole transition happened. It was kind of, it was weird. It was a difficult thing for all of us, I'm sure. But
the rest is history.
Yeah, that's how it happened.
Why revisit it now to make a new version of it, or to put it out there in physical?
Well, it's been 15 years. This year was the anniversary, and not many people know about it. Like, people, when I say, hey, have you played Gish? They think, oh yeah, Gish from Binding of Isaac, the boss. So yeah, it's pretty unknown for the most part. Nobody, not many of my fans at least, have really played it. So it would be really cool to be able to be like, it's still legit. It's still, you play it now and it still looks pretty good, sounds great, is very unique, and no other game is really like it. Like, I'm pretty surprised that people moved away from physics games completely and stopped doing that for the most part. And it's kind of like, well, I mean, I feel like it could still stand on its own, and kind of fixing it up a little bit and then pushing it back out to an audience that I think would be willing to play it, especially on discount.
Right.
I think would be really neat. And I have a lot of really fond memories of just me working over here and Alex working over there, listening to great music. And every once in a while, Alex will get up and we'll just start shooting shit, and, playing random games, playing Street Fighter with them. We play Street Fighter a lot. It just didn't feel like, it never felt like a job. It felt like just a pocket of time. Like, it just removed me from the world, and I was just stuck in this office with this other guy, and we're working on this thing, and it's not about anything other than that. There's nothing getting in the way for the most part. It was just, we're gonna make this game, we're gonna release it. But for the most part, and I'm trying my best to get back there. Like, that's all I want. Like, all I want is to get back to that place where I don't care anymore, because I feel like that's the only way to make something like, you don't just press A to jump, you know what I mean? I think all the good artists out there, and I include Alex in this, he is an artist, and his personality is put into his work, and you can see the things that he really admires and the aesthetics that he likes. And I see his work, and I can tell that it's his, you know what I mean? And I think that's what really being an independent developer is all about. It's like putting yourself out there and putting yourself into your work, and then showing people who you are in some way. And that's one thing that's what Alex is all about. He's really into making games, and he's really into having fun. Even if it's by himself, playing his own game forever. You know what I mean? But he stays true to what he wants, and what really makes him happy is definitely making games and playing them.
Do you remember whose decision it was to make the ending, the two endings, as it were?
I think it was a marriage of both. I think initially it was like, Brea would be hanging above lava, and you could catch her. And I think it might have been Alex's idea. Well, like, why don't we just make it so if you drop her, then there's another ending. So I wrote an ending where she burns to death in lava, and an ending where she's safe. And those were all done like in a day. Like, it was like literally, we got to finish this game. How does it end? There was no planning of that at all prior to that. It was like, let's just do what's funny. And we were staying up for 24. Hours. Like, so this stuff was really, really funny to us then.
I like the idea of that. I don't, in the, like, I don't know if I still think it's a good idea. Like, 'cause I've had some people like, the ending for that is terrible. And it's like, well, yeah, maybe you didn't grab your girlfriend. But yeah, like, that's one of those things that I guess I thought was funny at the time. And well, we all thought, but Edmund did all the artwork and stuff, and I think he wrote I forget exactly what it is, something about lava awareness or something if you fail. But yeah, that was just one of those kind of, I guess, kind of an inside joke that we probably should have left inside.
When I'm creating a game, even when I'm sitting around and just sketching something on paper that never sees the light of day, I feel like a person, and I feel happy, and I feel relevant and useful. I feel like that's what I, in some way, was made to do, and I serve a purpose in some way. So it gives me a purpose and makes me feel like I'm doing something, and lets me leave a legacy behind. Being creative and making games really makes me feel relevant and makes me feel happy. And it's not easy to make me happy. So I do what I can to make sure I focus on the things that make me happy so I stay happy. And that's why I'm continuing to do it.
What do you think it'll be like for somebody playing Gish for the first time?
I don't know. I think it'll be interesting. Like, I think a lot of it holds up pretty well. Because I don't feel like there's anything... There's been some games that are kind of similar, but I still think it's pretty unique.
You gonna keep the ending the same?
Yeah, probably.
Sea of Thieves is a new type of multiplayer game. We call it a shared world game.
It's a cross-play title. You can play on PC or on Xbox.
How do we create something that can scale to millions of players and then keep those players engaged over weeks and months and years?
PlayFab multiplayer servers provides a pool of servers. As the number of players throughout a given day increases, we can pull those servers online in a very short period of time. We try to ensure that players have the lowest latency to the servers as possible. So we deploy into 6 data centers around the world.
We don't want to leave you playing on a server on your own. So this is where our server migration technology really comes in, where you can look at the population of other servers and either move your crew from your server or move another crew from their server onto a server together.
The game client and the game server are written in Unreal Engine, and they are both connected to Azure via WebSockets. So we have a live connection between the game and our services. Azure provides a cluster of servers that we host our services on. The services that provide our server matchmaking functionality, our migration functionality, or our commerce functionality.
Having these separate services, this does allow us to update each service independently without affecting the player experience.
We use everything from Azure Data Factories to richly and speedily combine data, through to the navigation of data through Power BI and Azure Data Explorer. We're beginning to see a new generation of games that you couldn't execute without the cloud. We've got the ability to update the game and keep on adding new content.
This game would not be possible without Azure.
I love games that let you move with speed, fluidity, and finesse. I'm talking about games with perfect parkour, comic book web swinging, awesome skateboarding, supersonic speeds, and ninja-like wall running. The problem is, there's no one-size-fits-all answer for how to make such a movement system. What makes Rocket League great is completely different to Sunset Overdrive, which is different still to Titanfall 2. Sure, we can point to obvious stuff like responsive controls, visual effects, and cool animations, but perhaps we can go further. What we can do is look at the very different ways that movement works in a bunch of brilliant games, and then see if there's anything these varying approaches all have in common and help answer the question of how to make movement fun. So, hi, I'm Mark Brown, and this is Game Maker's Toolkit. Okay, let's start with Super Mario Odyssey. This game is all about giving the player a bunch of different moves that all allow for slightly different actions. You've got tall jumps and long jumps and fast jumps and last-minute save jumps. It's about knowing which move to use and when. But what's even better is that these moves can be chained together to eke out further advantages. Mario's jump, dive, and hat throw can be carefully chained together to bound between rooftops in New Donk City. We see similar stuff in other 3D platformers like Sackboy: A Big Adventure and A Hat in Time, but also the Tony Hawk's series, which is laser focused on combining moves. There are 2 actions, the revert and the manual, which are specifically designed to keep your combo going between the skatepark pieces. Next up is Insomniac's open-world zombie blaster, Sunset Overdrive. Now here, the main character doesn't have a particularly involved moveset, just a basic run, jump, and roll. But that's because this game is all about using things in the environment, running on walls, bouncing on awnings, grinding on rails, and swinging on poles. clever use of the environment will put you at a huge advantage over the enemies. Other games that put the focus on environmental interaction include sci-fi ninja sim Ghost Runner and the best bits of the Ori games, as you bash to propel yourself off enemies and projectiles. Next, let's look quickly at the Pathless, and this one is all about timing. In this game, you can temporarily boost your speed by shooting arrows at floating targets in the world. You have to charge the shot and release when the meter fills up completely, giving the game a sort of rhythmic action as you try to efficiently time the release of every shot. And that's not to mention that if you release when the meter is only halfway full, you get a much bigger burst of speed. But if you screw up the timing, the shot will miss and you get nothing. Moving on to Titanfall 2, and this game is all about momentum, building it and keeping it. The pilot can run at a max speed of only 22 kilometers per hour. However, your speed can be temporarily boosted by things like wall running, leaping away from walls, and sliding along the ground. So to be truly fast, you've got to try and keep that momentum up by endlessly chaining together these moves. But that's not all. When we go into multiplayer, we get things like the grapple, which hooks onto a wall and then retracts, like Link's hookshot on Fast Forward. Combine that with a jump and you can slingshot your way across the map at super speed. And we're still not done, because when you come to land, you can do a slide hop, which is where you hit crouch, then jump to maintain that momentum. The very best Titanfall 2 players, i.e. not me, are the ones who are always thinking about ways to keep the momentum they've built up. We see similar stuff in older shooters like Quake and Counter-Strike, where bunny hopping to build momentum was a physics-busting emergent strategy not intended by the developers. The parkour gem Mirror's Edge will force you to maintain momentum if you want to nail its time trials. Crumble is all about getting faster and faster the more you move. And in the platformer N++, you need to build momentum in order to make the biggest jumps. Next up is Cyberhook, a first-person speedrunner about grappling onto blocks and launching yourself towards the goal. And so this one, I think, is about understanding trajectories. Bear with me for a second. A trajectory is a path an object will follow when moving under the influence of a physical force. And we subconsciously consider this when playing any platformer, because the arc of every jump is determined by gravity. But in games with grappling hooks, like A Story About My Uncle and Bionic Commando, the swing's arc is determined by both gravity and the taut pull of the rope. And so to get the most out of the mechanic, we have to mentally map out the precise arc of the swing and know the best time to latch on and let go. We also see this in games with gliding mechanics. It's all about the shapes the character will make when moving and understanding how to use that to your advantage. And finally, I want to touch on Rocket League. This game is kind of unique because the character, in this case a car, is basically a physics object, and you just apply forces in different directions. This allows you to move the car about in pretty much whatever way you desire, leading to masterful players discovering absurd tricks like making a car fly across the pitch, or doing bonkers bicycle kicks. Trust me, this one is way over my head, but I thought it was still worth mentioning. So here, I've identified 6 different elements that great games use to make movement more fun. Those are chaining moves, using the environment, nailing timing windows, building momentum, understanding trajectories, and playing with physics. Now that's not an exhaustive list, and it's also important to note that many games mix and match these different elements. In Just Cause 3, for example, you need a hook shot onto the environment, which builds momentum as the rope retracts. You can then chain into your parachute and then chain into your wingsuit, at which point you're carefully considering the weirdo trajectory of this thing as you dive away from enemy attacks. So this gives us a sort of table of elements when it comes to movement, the building blocks that are used and combined to make interesting interactions. These are the things that make movement fun. But why? Is there anything these different approaches to movement have in common to help explain their appeal? First, all of these approaches allow for a real freedom of movement. They're about giving you options for how to get around the world. You could take a very slow and meandering trip up a staircase, or you could run up the wall, turn around, spring off the wall, and tuck your feet up over the handrail. This effectively turns the entire game space into a traversal playground. walls and big gaps are no longer barriers to impede progress, they are challenges to overcome. And where many games are practically glued to the ground, these advanced movement mechanics add verticality to the world. Second, these movement mechanics typically allow for very analog inputs, which, let me explain what I mean. When using the hookshot in Zelda, you must aim it at a suitable point, and then it locks Link into an unstoppable animation until he reaches his destination. It follows a single, predetermined path. In Titanfall 2, however, the grapple works in a very different way. You can latch onto any point in the world, you can move while it retracts in order to change its trajectory, you can boost the speed with a jump, and you can cancel the grapple at any point. There is an almost infinite number of paths it can follow, entirely based on your control and desire. And we see this in other mechanics too, like generous mid-air movement in Mario, being able to bash in literally any direction in Ori, and the absurdly granular input you have in physics-based movement systems like Rocket League. These either give you perfect, fine-grained control of the character, or at least the ability to influence a trajectory. Third, when done well, these mechanics allow you to move with flow, which is when you fluidly move through a level without stopping, or slowing down too much. So perhaps that's chaining together moves across an entire level, or keeping your momentum with careful navigation of the space. This can be particularly fun in games with environmental interactions as you bounce from one object to another, but that's as much to do with level design as it is the basic movement mechanics. Fourth, and perhaps most importantly, these advanced movement mechanics are a test of skill. When chaining moves, you need to know how and when to link these actions together, and probably in midair or when moving at speed. When it comes to using the environment, there's a certain level of precision needed to guide your character onto a rail or bounce pad, and timing, naturally, tests your timing. Momentum has a built-in skill check. The faster you move, the harder the game is to control. Trajectories can be particularly hard to understand until you internalize their unique arcs, and physics-based characters are naturally challenging to navigate. And so while these advanced moves offer huge advantages over the more basic running and jumping, such as making you move faster, take shortcuts, or get the drop on enemies in combat, they come with a huge skill barrier, and until you can surpass it, you're going to spend a lot of time scraping your face against the tarmac. But that leads to the fifth and final similarity, which is when you do have that skill, all of these movement mechanics are intrinsically
I'll introduce myself. I'm the hero of this song. I have to save the princess and I just can't take too long. But in order to do this, there's something I need to improve. This quest will not be overcome if I don't start to move. Going up was something really clever. I should be applauded, my goal is closer than ever. I must engage in battle with a mushroom and a bee. They strike together cause they're both afraid of me. These monkeys just won't leave me alone. Coming out like a swarm ready to attack. Throwing many stones at poor me. I'll find a way to hit them right back. This is getting on my nerves. I have a feeling very soon I'm gonna lash out at all these bats. I have no doubt in this dusty place there might be danger of all sorts. Well, I wish I could trade my armor for a pair of shorts. Well, I guess my life is always hanging by a thread. I must measure every single jump that I make. And there is no place where I'd rather be instead. And my mission of complete, make no mistake. If you still couldn't understand somehow what this video game is all about, I'll try my best to explain it all to you. So let's get to it without further ado. It's a classic adventure with a twist that you never thought could even exist. The music reacts to how you play and makes fun of video game cliches. It's a whole universe of song and verse. Plenty of levels to traverse. There's so many creatures and bosses galore. The secrets to make you come back for more. Listen, amigos, songs for a hero is the name of the game, and it's available now.
Yes, sir. Breach and clear. On it.
Satisfying to use. When chaining moves, you're performing tiny, quick-fire piano melodies on the controller, which just feels amazing on the fingers. When you're exploiting the environment, you're constantly making plans about your route forward, and hitting a button in a microscopic timing window and getting a big burst of feedback is always a hit. Building momentum lets you get almost uncontrollably fast, putting you in thrilling, white-knuckle situations as you try not to slam into a wall. And expertly navigating a character while navigating gravity and other physics-based interactions just feels great. Skimming close to the ground with Just Cause's wingsuit is an unparalleled treat. It would be easy to say that movement in a game feels good because you're playing as a character with awesome abilities, but I think it's the player's physical performance of these skills that feels satisfying, and not just the super-heroic imagery on screen. Though let me give a couple caveats. One is that games should look for precision, but not perfection. So it's good to have systems that subtly help the player out. I've talked before about Coyote Time, which is letting the player jump off a platform even if they've already run off the edge. We can do something similar on the landing by pushing the player to safety if they were just a few centimeters away from the ledge. You might also give the player moves to save themselves from a bad jump, like being able to right your board back in line with the ground in Tony Hawk's, or slow time and dash in Ghost Runner, which can be used to realign for a wall run. And in King of Cards, if you get hit in mid-air, you'll get a free shoulder bash move which can be used for a last-minute frantic scramble to safety. And secondly, this brings us back to something I explored in a video late last year, the idea of whether the player should be given a power fantasy through slick animation and highly automated systems, or have to earn the power fantasy through the application of hard-won skills. Ultimately, we want something that can do both. Easy to use, but hard to master. So please check out that video for more information and ideas for how to make these movement systems more accessible to a wider audience. So how do we make interesting movement systems in games? If you ask me, we're looking for mechanics that give players a real freedom of movement. through analog inputs that let them fully control how their character moves. We want to test, or at least reward, the player's skill, and create movement that feels satisfying when you perform it well, whether that's through quick-fire finger action on the controller or stomach-clenching near-miss thrill rides. I've established a number of elements that work towards these goals, from chaining together a big load of actions to toying with the trajectory of a wingsuit under gravity. But there are probably more to discover, and more I missed. So, in the comments below, what's your favourite movement system in a game? And, most crucially of all, why? It's indie game recommendation time, and I've been having a lot of fun with Cyber Shadow, an NES throwback platformer that's inspired by games like Ninja Gaiden and Shatterhand. It's not quite as punishing as those old games, but it will certainly give you a good challenge. If you're up for it, you can expect great level design, a huge moveset, and stellar boss fights. Cyber Shadow is out now on all major platforms.
Do you happen to have a great service for the gaming industry? Are you struggling to find potential customers? The current online marketplaces where you promote and sell your services charge you? Hi there, I'm Diogo from Blockbusters, and today I'm gonna show you how to promote and sell your gaming services in the Kudo B2B marketplace. As a service provider, you'll share the Kudo ecosystem with game developers while offering your services. Thanks to the Kudo rewarding mechanism, game developers will have the funds to acquire your services with its own cryptocurrency, Kudo, something that without it, they will possibly not even consider. Let's imagine you are a 2D artist with a few years of experience and a great portfolio, but you want to promote your work and grow your clients list. What could be better than being part of the same ecosystem as your customers? And for that reason, today you'll learn how to list your services, close a deal, and manage your project status via the Kudo B2B marketplace. Great! Now that you are ready to be part of the Kudo ecosystem, let's get to it. First, you'll need to log in with your service provider account or create one if you don't have one already, and go to the profile section by clicking this button on your left. Here you should edit your profile page to let game developers know more about you and for them to be more willing to hire your services. Good! Now that you've finished editing your profile page, let's move on to the service section where you'll be able to add your service by clicking here and filling out the service details. At the bottom, you should estimate the approximate time it takes to complete and the price for the service. Don't worry, every detail can be edited afterwards. Now, you just need to stake and wait for your service to be approved. You'll still be able to withdraw your stake if you decide to, but your services will no longer be available. After your service is approved, it will be automatically available in the marketplace for the game developers. You'll be informed via email if someone hired one of your services, and the hired service will appear in your project section. It is expected for you to contact the game developer to discuss the service details and to inform him about the service progression until it's finished and archived. I hope this video was useful. We invite you all to join us if you haven't already at games.kudo.io. We're always available to help you in our Discord and Telegram channels. Bye!
And the raven never flitting, stilly sitting, stilly sitting. On the pallid bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, and his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight of him streaming throws his shadow on the floor. And my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore.
Did you know? Despite piracy largely being something that harms a game console sales, the lack of piracy on the GameCube actually hurt the system's performance in some regions. According to an article from IGN's Southeast Asian branch, the GameCube's inability to run pirated DVDs and game discs was a big reason many gamers in the area turned to the original Xbox and PlayStation 2. Piracy has been reported to run rampant in Southeast Asia, and although you might think this harms a console's sales, it's actually one of the reasons why Nintendo's handhelds like the Game Boy Advance and Nintendo DS sold so well in the region. It wasn't until Nintendo released the Wii that they once again saw home console success in Southeast Asia, with a big factor in its high sales being its ease of access for piracy. Despite the GameCube having far less piracy than Nintendo's other systems, the Big N still published an official anti-piracy training manual that showed consumers how to spot fake GameCube games. Some of Nintendo's tips included looking out for a colored tone to the bottom of discs instead of a silver one, poor quality printing on the top of discs, distorted looking or low quality game boxes, incorrect box sizes, missing components, and unrealistic price points. This guide would actually come in handy for some, like certain residents of the United Kingdom. In Staffordshire in the UK on April 5, 2005, an official anti-piracy operation confiscated around 20,000 DVDs and CDs, including games, films, and music at a car boot sale, which is sort of like a giant communal garage sale. The estimated value of the counterfeit merch was over 500 British pounds, which adjusted for inflation is over $1 million in today's money. While much of the stock was fake game discs for the then newly released Doom 3 on Xbox, there was also software previously unseen by the UK anti-piracy officials, fake GameCube mini DVDs. This was noteworthy, as the GameCube was much harder for pirates to crack than Microsoft's Xbox or PlayStation 2, and signified a breakthrough had happened with GameCube modding somewhere behind the scenes. One of the main hurdles for pirates was the system's use of mini DVDs, which were more difficult to replicate than standard-sized optical discs. That was until the UK-based company Daytel figured out what made the system's discs so hard to crack. The GameCube Mini's DVDs each have their own unique burst cutting area, or BCA, as do most regular CDs, DVDs, and Blu-rays. This BCA is read by the system's optical laser lens just like a barcode. But not only do the mini DVDs have unique BCAs, they also have 6 unique marks burned on the discs that are at a very specific and equal distance. These marks have to be burned onto the disc with a special laser and can't be replicated using a standard DVD writer. The GameCube checks not only the BCA, but that the 6 marks are in the right spot, and if everything checks out, the game starts up. If one of these marks is even slightly off, however, the GameCube won't boot the disc. This is of course only the case if the GameCube hasn't already been modded with special hardware to interfere with these checks. But Daytel figured out a simple way to get their software running on the GameCube by adding a custom BCA that tricked the console into thinking the disc had the 6 marks in the right place. After this was discovered, Daytel published their first Action Replay mini DVD for the GameCube in 2003. This Action Replay disc let players input cheat codes into save files on your memory card. For homebrew software, on the other hand, Daytel seemingly reversed this process. Rather than having a custom disc save custom data onto a memory card, Daytel released their own SD media launcher, which allowed you to load your own software from the system's memory card slot, including GameCube game ISO files. Outside of Daytel's SD Media Launcher, tons of other custom memory cards were made to load files from your own SD cards, USBs, or even devices that aren't intended for data, like the USB Gecko. The USB Gecko is a custom memory card that was designed for GameCube development and homebrew games and apps, but is more popularly used for loading game cheats and exploits. But these aren't the only ways to boot up GameCube ISO files. In 2003, Sega released a port of their Dreamcast original online RPG, Phantasy Star Online, on the GameCube. One of the game's key features on the GameCube was its compatibility with Nintendo's broadband adapter, which allowed the game to connect to the internet to keep itself updated and let gamers play with each other on the game's dedicated servers. Some hackers figured out that by changing DNS and IP address settings, they could trick the game to connect to custom programs running on their own PCs using an exploit dubbed PSO load. The program developed for the exploit disguised itself as an official Phantasy Star Online server that leaves the game always waiting for a connection. This would allow hackers to send custom GameCube executable files to their system and run them from Phantasy Star Online. This exploit could not only be used to run custom files from the GameCube, but allowed the GameCube to send data from itself back to your PC. This hack was an efficient way to send your currently loaded GameCube game to your PC as an official backup file. While it was a successful way to run homebrew, it was quite time-consuming, as anytime you wanted to run homebrew, you must first load into Phantasy Star Online. Like the Wii, the GameCube also has its own homebrew utility, similar to the popular Homebrew channel, in the form of Swiss. Swiss is an all-in-one homebrew tool that allows you access to file browsing, custom DVD support, and offers support for previously mentioned custom memory cards like the USB Gecko. Swiss even lets you force 16:9 widescreen and progressive scan on real hardware. The GameCube not only had homebrew for the native console, but also homebrew for its add-ons, such as the Game Boy player. Game Boy Interface is homebrew software that allows anyone to play Game Boy games without the use of Nintendo's Game Boy Player Startup Disc, and also lets you play Game Boy to Game Boy Advance games in various different modes. The software's Standard Edition allows you to play Game Boy games more cleanly on modern displays, such as LCD and OLED TVs and monitors. With hardware like USB Gecko, the Standard Edition can also be used as a Game Boy Advance development kit. Other versions of the Game Boy interface are optimized for speedrunning Game Boy games, as well as a version that's more optimized for video capture devices. Other features outside of software variants include using the Game Boy Advance or Nintendo 64 controller as a controller for the GameCube, and even offered rumble support for the GBA using official Nintendo games and cartridges, such as Drill Dozer, WarioWare Twisted, and the Nintendo DS Rumble Pack. Outside of the Game Boy player, additional GameCube ports could also be used as an exploit for homebrew. The SD2SP2 chip is a custom PCB board that lets players use their own SD card as a form of memory for the GameCube. What makes this unique compared to custom memory cards is that SD2SP2 takes advantage of the GameCube's Serial Port 2. Interestingly enough, unlike the high-speed port and Serial Port 1, which are used for the Game Boy player and Nintendo's broadband adapter respectively, the GameCube's Serial Port 2 was never used officially by Nintendo, giving hackers access to both official Nintendo accessories as well as their own hardware like SD2SP2, as long as their GameCube has the right homebrew setup. The GameCube also has plenty of hardware modifications that aid in homebrew. One of the more popular hard mods for the GameCube is a mod chip named Xeno GC. This mod chip is applied to the system's optical drive logic board and injects its own custom patch onto the system. This patch would give a lot more freedom to your GameCube by adding features such as region-free game loading, making your GameCube act as both a PAL and NTSC console, made DVD-RW content readable, which allowed you to play custom GameCube discs, and much more. One important play in the mod chip's popularity is its easy accessibility to hard modding newcomers, and its cheap pricing. But like most mods that were designed for hobbyists to play around with, it was also abused by pirates. Despite Nintendo's efforts to make GameCube games difficult to reproduce, one feat hackers and programmers have found success with is emulating the system's hardware itself. The popular GameCube emulator Dolphin was officially released on September 22, 2003, almost exactly 2 years after the GameCube's official September 14, 2001 launch in Japan. Since its release, the Dolphin emulator has actually surpassed the original GameCube in features, many of which are used to modernize the GameCube playing experience, such as adding a 16:9 widescreen support, forced region change, GPU overclocking, seamless online play, and by far its most popular feature, Wii emulation. Since it's open source, the Dolphin emulator can even be modified to include even more features. Most recently, a group of programmers led by an engineer going by the alias Fizzy created a custom version of Dolphin named Slippy, which adds features like online matchmaking to Super Smash Bros. Melee. While the Dolphin emulator is still updated and worked on to this day, a specific version of the software was worked on very briefly. This emulator was titled the Dolphin Triforce, and the goal of the emulator was to run official Triforce games on your own hardware. The Triforce hardware was an official collaboration between Namco, Sega, and Nintendo, and was used by the trio of companies for their own arcade games, such as Donkey Kong Jungle Fever, F-Zero AX, and Mario Kart Arcade GP 1 and 2. The Triforce was made using official GameCube hardware, specifically the GameCube's custom graphics chip by ATI, nicknamed Flipper. The Triforce could be modified by Namco or Sega at their own will, with Sega even opting to use the same optical disc format as their Dreamcast console. Dolphin Triforce naturally let players emulate these arcade titles. And this isn't the only connection the GameCube has to emulation. In July 2018, security expert James Chambers figured out that you can load custom NES ROM images onto your GameCube using Nintendo's popular title, Animal Crossing. Within Animal Crossing, you can obtain a generic NES console item. Usually, NES console come bundled with one of 19 NES games in Animal Crossing, most of which are locked behind e-reader cards or official giveaways. When trying to interact with the generic NES console, however, the
Are you developing a new game? Are you struggling to get funds so you can hire external services to help improve your game? The end result is not what you dreamed of? Well, Kudo might be the solution. With Kudo, you can spend your earned tokens in a variety of gaming services that accept Kudo in exchange for their help. Hi there, I'm Diogo from Blockbusters, and I'll show you how to hire a service in a B2B marketplace. As a game developer, there are several ways you can accumulate Kudo. Game activity, also known as network rewards, the amount of Kudo earned from in-app purchases in your games, and also the staking rewards that will be proportional to the amount you have staked in your game. You can use the Kudo tokens you earn in three ways. You can either invest it in your community by offering performance rewards, which can be rewarding players for certain achievements in your game, or rewarding players when they beat their own or a global high score. You can also set your game to reward players who spot and report new bugs in your game, assuring you have a polished game with the help of your players' community. And last but not least, you can invest your Kudo tokens into improving your game with the help of professional service providers listed in the Kudo B2B marketplace. Let's imagine your game is already playable, but you are still lacking a proper promotional website to showcase your game. Or maybe your soundtrack comes from a free sound bank instead of having been done specifically for your game. And what about you Lone Rangers, that master the art of 2D and 3D but not programming or vice versa? It can be quite frustrating, but don't worry. Today, you'll learn how to improve your game with the help of outsourced professionals from all around the world hired with the Kudo marketplace using your own Kudo tokens. Okay, now that you know what the Kudo B2B marketplace is all about, let's get to it. After you log in with your game developer account on the Kudo Games section, you will notice the marketplace icon here on the left. Great! Now you can check the full list of services on the Kudo marketplace and the people behind them to help you take your game to the next level. For instance, let's say your game, Ignite, is in desperate need of a website. So you will choose Website Development from Total Web. And it will open a pop-up with the service description and, of course, the price with approximate time it takes to be completed. It looks like this is exactly what you are looking for. So you select Hire Service. Now you can choose which wallet you want to use, which by default is the one where you receive the Kudo rewards. Awesome! You just accomplished the first step on your journey to take your game to the next level, and both you and the service provider received an email confirming the service. The service provider is expected to contact you to discuss the service details. After hiring the service, you can check its status on the Hired Service section. You'll be informed by email when the service changes status. Remember that you can contact the service provider at any time, even if the service was recently set as finished and you need to reopen it because something is not right yet. After the service is done, it will be moved to the Closed Service section, and now you can enjoy an improved version of your game that couldn't be achieved without the help of like-minded professionals in a fully decentralized collaborative way and using the Kudo tokens that we have been accumulating. I hope you enjoyed this video, and join us if you haven't already at games.kudo.io. We're always available to help you in our Discord and Telegram channels. Bye!
It's been a while since I last saw anyone. I went halfway around the world to find anything at all. The search for a cure is killing me. There was a sickness inside them that made them aggressive. My daughter caught the infection, and I've been treating her ever since.
game will bring up the message, "I want to play my NES, but I don't have any software." Chambers found out what the game was actually trying to do is find NES ROM images in your loaded memory card. Chambers was able to not only load official NES ROMs, but was also able to get custom NES ROMs he made himself into the game. Many have theorized why Nintendo would include such a feature. Chambers himself believed Nintendo could have used the feature to sell promotional memory cards with the NES ROMs preloaded onto them. Animal Crossing could be used to load much more than just NES ROMs though. The same exploit used to load NES ROMs would soon be reverse engineered into loading custom GameCube files, known as .dol files. Did you also know that Nintendo had a similar arms race with modders of the Nintendo Switch? Or that dedicated modders gave a presentation to warn how the DS could be modded to spread malware? For more facts, check out our videos on Nintendo Switch and Nintendo DS piracy and hacking.
Hello everyone and welcome to another Wiz devlog. Oh wait, what is that? Oh, that's right, I need your opinion on this one. I really like this old logo, but I don't think it represents the mood of the game quite well. Please comment down below which logo do you prefer. Now, what I did in the past 2 weeks was mainly parallax. Yeah, who doesn't like parallax, am I right? It's really nice to look at and really adds depth to the areas, but it's so time consuming to implement. Oh boy, it takes forever to implement. But I did it. Yay! Anyways, the whole Bright Forest area is parallax now. Of course there's tons of improvements to make, but I think it's looking way better than before. It's a big step towards the public demo and I'm so happy about it that you can imagine. Now there's just a few things I need to finish to release a demo. I just have to add parallax to the darker part of the forest, create the statue boss, create the fast travel system, create the fast travel point near the start of the game, make new power-ups, UI, create the inventory menu, implement the map, fix some stuff here and there. Oh, there's another couple of enemies I need to make, perhaps change this little guy. I also have to make a small trailer, fix some bugs that's going to show up after all these changes, and we're ready to go. I also made some changes to the camera. I was using before some sort of free camera that wasn't ideal, now I'm using boundaries. I use this asset called Pro Camera 2D and it has amazing features that are super easy to implement. I'm using the Rooms extension and it's working quite well. I also fixed a lot of bugs, a lot of bugs. Now, the last build feels really smooth and it's almost bug-free. But that's it for this video, a quick and painful update. I'm already working on some water shaders and new stuff for the darker area. I promise you that the next devlog will be better content-wise. Thank you for watching, thank you to everyone who joined the Discord server, and thank you to everyone who wishlisted Wiz on Steam. We're growing at a nice pace and I can't thank you enough. That's it for this video. Bye!
Animation is really a way to transpose the audience into somebody's inner experience, and that's why we feel so connected to Elma, because we're actually with her on this strange visual trip. We're not sure what's really happening, just as Elma is not sure. Hello, I'm Hiske Hulsing. I'm the director and production designer of Undone. And this is how we brought together classic oil painting techniques with modern techniques like projection mapping in order to create a dreamy, painterly world of Undone. Undone is about a 27-year-old woman called Elma who wakes up from a coma after a car accident. Completely confused. She's being thrown through different times from her life, through different places, through all kinds of weird dreamlike states. And at the same time she's being visited by her father, who had been dead for 18 years. He says that he came back to train her to manipulate time in such a way that she can travel back in time and prevent him from getting murdered. So he gives her the choice, do you want this boring life that you always had, or do you want to go into this spiritual adventure with me? And at the same time, her family, her sister and her mother, are very concerned. They think that she might be psychotic or schizophrenic.
You need to come with me to this clinic. Nope. I'm going to Mexico.
I first used rotoscoping when I finished a film called 17, which I drew completely by hand. I animated it by hand, and I also made comics at the same time and illustrations, and they became more and more realistic. So I was drawing folds, in clothes and wrinkles and all kinds of complicated shading. So when I started doing Junkyard, a short film that I directed and wrote, I figured that it would be way too laborious to draw in that style and do it frame by frame for 18 minutes. So then I decided to film everything with actors first and trace the bodies of the actors. I've never been a real fan of rotoscoping before. I didn't want to trace the faces. So I developed a technique where I made all the heads from clay. I filmed them from all sides and I used them as a reference for the animations. It's sort of a mix between stop motion, rotoscoping and animation. And I used the same technique for Montage of Heck, the film from Brett Morgan about Kurt Cobain, the lead singer of Nirvana. I think one of the problems with rotoscoping in general is that sometimes it feels like it's a filter applied to live action, and it feels like you're not watching the real thing. It's as if you're looking through a filter and seeing some world behind it. And for me, it's very important that the characters feel like they're an integral part of the environment. So I want to give those characters depth, and I think that's what distinguishes it from other rotoscoping. We developed a technique to make it feel like they were three-dimensional instead of just flat figures, and that makes them more relatable, I think. I'm really a fine artist, it's my intuition, and I really want to make sure that everything looks very beautiful, or at least as beautiful as necessary for a shot. One of my first ideas was to use real rotoscoping because I realized that the dialogues were so sophisticated, and there was so much depth to the story that I thought that an adult audience would not buy into normal animation. They probably wouldn't be interested in seeing that, and it wouldn't convey all the subtleties of the dialogues. We also used rotoscoping, first of all, because it's a more realistic approach to animation. And second of all, it remains ambiguous in the story whether Elma is schizophrenic or experiencing some kind of nightmares or just flashbacks. To me, it seemed that if we would use rotoscoping, we would already create a very unreal atmosphere while seeming to be realistic. So for the audience, it's not always clear when she is experiencing something which is completely unreal or that we would consider unreal, or if it's really happening. And I think the rotoscope helps with that, because even the realistic scenes seem a bit suspicious because it's never really real. So it's a kind of strange experience for the audience. That was a guess when we started. I didn't know if it would work. I didn't know if we would get into an uncanny valley where people would feel appalled by the characters. And that was a big problem in the beginning, and we solved that with all kinds of details in the technique. And I think we found a nice balance between it looking artificial and still compelling.
We can't really move in this dress. I know, it's really firm. It's very firm. It's very tight.
These are all the components that are needed to make Undone. Storyboarding, layouts, floor plans, digital designs, live action recordings, editing, rotoscoping, 3D animation, 2D animation, coloring, shading, and compositing. One of the most important things in animation in general is the storyboarding process, because you're not going to animate anything more than what you need. So you need to be very sure of what you're going to animate, and so I think most of the directing is actually in the stadium of the storyboarding. So for me, I've done it so many times myself. I've done storyboards for over 150 commercials and for all my own films. When I read a story, I can almost imagine it, and I can imagine it to be visualized in different ways. I can sort of, in my head, I can turn the virtual camera around everything that's happening and search for the best way to find the right angle for something, and to use visual storytelling in a way that it communicates even without dialogues. So with Undone, it was different because it was too large of a project. There were 3,000 shots in the first season. So we gathered some very good storyboarders in Amsterdam, and I would brief them in many different ways. It depended on how much time I had. Right now, I'm briefing them by actually thumbnailing a whole episode. So I make 400 thumbnails and then give it to them so they know exactly what they can draw. The storyboards are necessary to determine if the story is working. It's also very necessary for me when I'm on the set with the actors to know which angles we exactly need. Everybody is using the storyboards on the set, so the DOP, me, the script supervisor, so we know that we shoot everything that we need. So another very important thing for Undone especially are the layouts and the floor plans, because a lot of people think that we just shot live action and traced it. That's not how we work. We film the actors on a soundstage in Los Angeles, but there's no actual set. There's just some grids that we need to determine the perspective afterwards for our virtual sets. So what we do, we make sure that before we film an episode, we have designed every environment that's going to appear. So any room, any house, any exterior, we design it. We have a team of designers and we make floor plans with measurements. So when we're on the set, my assistant Nora Huppener, she just uses tape on the ground to show the actors where the walls are so they don't cross the walls when they're acting. We have some props, like if people are sitting on a chair, we need a chair, of course, and there's a table. Every prop that needs physical interaction has to be on the set, but that's all. It's really very much like Dogville, the Lars von Trier film, but it's just almost like a play. The nice part for the actors was that usually on live action film sets, they're most of the time they're just waiting for, between scenes or between setups, camera setups, they have to wait for hours and watch their phone or read a book or something. And this was completely different because we could change between the setups very fast. There was one day where we did 144 camera angles in one day because we don't need very complicated setups. It's lighting and camera and that's it. So for them it's almost like being on a stage and doing a play for 12 hours in a row, which is very tiresome, but it's also very pleasant because that's what they want to do. They like to act. So the whole live action process is another part. A very important part is the rotoscoping, of course. So once we film a whole episode, we edit it, and once that edit is locked, it's being sent to Texas, to Minnow Mountain, where there's a studio that does the rotoscoping, which is the tracing over the live action to sort of code it in lines, to simplify it in lines, and to stylize it, while maintaining all the emotions that are being conveyed by the actors. And the line rotoscoping goes to Amsterdam. In Amsterdam, all the other stuff happens. So in Amsterdam, the designers are based, the storyboarders, the painters, the 3D animators, 2D animators, the compositors. The digital designs that have been made before we went on set, they are being sent to the painters. They project those designs, those layouts on canvas, and then trace it, and then they start painting it in a very traditional, classical way. It's really a technique that has been in existence since the 17th century. It's called wet in wet or alla prima, where we actually use our palettes to
Want to make more money from your game? Xsolla gets you into more markets, more places in less time. After an easy integration, you get a bigger audience and an even bigger payday. We handle taxes and block fraud. You pay nothing up front. Take your game global with Xsolla. Don't leave money on the table.
To mix colors, but we also use the canvas itself to mix colors. That's the thing with oil paint. Oil paint stays wet, so once you have a certain area in a color and you mix another color in it, you get all these very lively gradients that in a computer would look very sterile, and when you paint it, it becomes lively and it feels like it has more soul, to me at least. Another very important component is the 3D animation. A lot of environments were painted, but some of them, maybe 1/3 of them, they were projection maps. So we would make 3D environments and then project paintings on top of them. So the painters would paint, for instance, a part of a chair, and that's being projected on a 3D environment. And so we could do the whole house of Elma, for instance, has been done that way. So you can put the camera everywhere you want, and it still looks painted. Not completely, because if you render that, it's still a bit sterile because all the corners are too hard because it's rendered from a computer program. But we have digital touch-up artists who then use Photoshop to smoothen all the edges, to use painterly brushes to make it look like a real painting again. And 3D is being used a lot for the special effects. There's a lot of special effects in Undone, like whole places falling apart and very strange things that could only be done with this technique, I think. Because once, for instance, a whole space transforms and it was oil painted to begin with, it should look like that all the way through. So that's why we use 3D animation and projection map paint on top of that. So another very important part is, of course, the coloring and the shading. The shading was my biggest worry for Undone, because for Junkyard I did all the shading myself, which took me 2 years of my life. It was extremely boring work, but it was so boring that I could listen to lectures online, so I became really smart. This is the good side of it. And for Undone I had no idea how we could do that. We calculated that after we did a test that we would need 120 animators to paint those shadows on the characters frame by frame, and that was just not doable. So we developed a technique of using the actual shading of the live action footage, get that through a filter, and then have 22 artists work on top of that and stylize it and make it better. And one part that I completely underestimated with Undone was the compositing. I was so used in doing that all myself, because you know, if you do all the paintings yourself and a lot of those things, then the compositing is not a big deal because it's already done by me, so it will all sort of connect more. With Undone we had 9 classically trained oil painters. They all were very good painters, but they have different styles. And there's so many personalities who add to this puzzle that the compositing is really the place where the compositors make sure that everything looks the same by using color correction, adding vignettes, adding light, things like that, to bring it all together and make it look like one cohesive world. So we work with an edit of the live action, and every time that a shot is being completed in any kind of stadium, it will replace the live action footage at that moment. So it's like a puzzle that's growing and growing and growing. In the end, it's just all replaced by composited shots. So the edit is already locked before we start. So we don't do any editing afterwards. It's all edited before we start animating. I think that the rotoscoping for Undone was different from the rotoscoping that has been done in the past. First of all, the basis of this whole style was really a classical look. I'm more influenced by old Disney films than by modern 3D animation coming from Hollywood, and more influenced by Dutch oil paintings from the 17th century. And then there's the combination of that very classical technique with very modern techniques like projection mapping. And I think that the rotoscoping in that way was different from what has been done before, is that it felt more integrated in an aesthetically pleasing look. One of the scenes that caused the most problems for me was a scene where Elma was in a conversation with Sam. They had an argument. She disappears into one memory of her, which was close to the pyramid, where they gathered around an old pit. When I read the story, I envisioned that while she was looking at the pit, Sam's huge head would come out of that pit, and suddenly she would be back into reality. And the way I saw it, it was very spectacular, but once it was storyboarded, it made everybody laugh, which was not the purpose of that shot. So then, when we animated it, it's often with projects like this that the solutions are in the details. So the first time it was animated, it made everyone laugh because it looked like it was silly. He came out of that pit and it looked like instead of sand, there was spaghetti coming from his face, and it didn't make any sense at all. So it's always in the details, you know, it's like the way we shaded it, and then that sand had to be beautifully animated with, in 2D by the way, most of it, adding, you know, dust, and especially when you want to make things look big, all the little stuff that's happening should be small. If all the pieces that come from his head, for instance, are too big, it looks silly, it looks like it's fake. So it's always in those kind of details to make sure that it works, and finally it's a beautiful scene. It's still weird, I mean, it still makes some people laugh, but it's at least it's unsettling in a good way, I think. So there's one shot that we storyboarded in a way that made it very, very hard to film it, because it was sort of a sequence of all kind of unrelated memories of Elma. In the storyboard, the moment where those scenes would sort of change would be the hand. So we would see the hand of Elma, and then suddenly it would be the hand of small Elma, and we told that whole visual story through the editing of hands. And doing that on a set is very, very difficult. And because we storyboarded it so well, we got away with it. And then that whole strange edit of moving cameras to make sure that everything was matching, that would have to be animated too. And so we had to make a lot of paintings and sort of seemingly connect them by 3D animation and all kinds of tricks. And I think that's the scene, it's a scene in episode 4, of which I'm very proud, especially because the whole trip, it could be a trip in Elma's head, we don't know, but it ends with her when she sees her mother arguing with her father when she was a small child. And she comes towards the camera with a bottle of pills. And she said, "You need to take your pills, Elma." And suddenly we're in reality again. And that whole dialogue, the way we filmed it, felt very emotional to me. Because to me it was very clear that she might be very confused and schizophrenic. And I think that's a thing that you can probably only do with animation. I think 10 years ago, no distributor would think that this would be successful. The whole story is done in a very risky way. There's a lot of genres. It's comedy, it's tragedy, it's drama, it's also science fiction. There's some psychological thriller elements to it. It's so much, it could have gone so wrong. What I learned from working with people is that I always thought that Hollywood produced so much formula films because too many people are interfering, and then it all becomes like sort of an uninteresting thing, and it gets dumbed down. And what I noticed with Undone is especially the opposite, is that when you're on a set, you're with a lot of very good brains, and everybody adds to the whole thing, and you have much more like brain power to actually do the right thing. And that's a very new experience for me, and I love it because you can move so much faster. The other thing that I learned is that we were working under a very big time pressure. We had to do 3 hours of high-level animation in 1.5 years. And that time pressure actually, you know, when I'm making my own films, sometimes it takes me months to come up with ideas. Now, often I had a visual effects meeting at 1 o'clock, and I would make up all the visual effects at 12. You know, pressure makes everything fluid, and your brains start working much and much faster. And then there's always the input of other people who can make sure that the ideas are developed even further.
So this is Hellcore, a little indie game I stumbled across. I don't even remember how, but it's like a mix of RPG, resource management type of something or other. But as you can see, it's very demonic looking, and it just looks really cool. I don't know, that just grabbed me. And apparently, like, you can craft all sorts of different like torture devices and things like that. And apparently later on, I haven't gotten that far, but later on in the game, you can start fighting other demons that are also trying to, like, you know, start a business in hell, which is apparently the thing that's going on. Like, the devil's overworked with punishing sinners, so you're like one of the people that freelance torturing or something, but like of sinners, so not like, you know, in a bad way, I guess. It's good kind of torture. Anyway, yeah, definitely I think the sensitivity as far as like the aiming and like the colliders needs improvement, and the base walking speed I feel like could be improved. But other than that, like little things like that, this definitely has a lot of potential, because I unless there's some that I don't know about, there's not many games that combine the demonic hellscape type thing with like a resource management thing, especially with this aesthetic. This is like that I'm really impressed by it. This looks so creepy and eerie, and it's just awesome looking. I would definitely put it on the wish list on Steam for whenever it comes out. Like I said, this is the demo, and yeah, it definitely has a lot going for it, and I look forward to the full finished game coming out. So that is Hellcore.
My name is Erica Pinto, and I'm the lead narrative animator at Santa Monica Studio. Just a heads up, this is going to be an interactive session, so for those of you watching online, I recommend you get a partner or a group together to get the most out of this session. If you're really not feeling very social right now, you can feel free to write down your responses during our audience's activities, but I do hope that you guys will participate. Also, be forewarned, there are some light God of War spoilers during this talk. As I mentioned, I am a lead artist. God of War was actually my first project leading a team of animators. So how did I get there? Well, I got my start in the game industry, fresh out of school at the UCLA Animation Workshop. Go Bruins! And I got an internship at Electronic Arts Los Angeles on the Medal of Honor franchise. Bobby Coddington, who is now animation director at Insomniac, was my mentor at the time. And he taught me a lot about how to become a good game animator, such as how to make a good run cycle, how to work with start and end poses and get them all to match up, all that fun stuff. But Bobby was also my first example of what it means to be a good lead, about staying positive under stressful conditions, about being very passionate about your art, but also being passionate about helping others succeed. With each successive project, I learned valuable lessons from all of my leads, what to do, sometimes what not to do. So when my last lead left to pursue a personal project, my managers came up to me and asked if I wanted to jump in and take the reins. I wasn't quite sure I was ready to be a lead, but I did want to help people, and I wanted to help our production run smoothly, so I said yes. I quickly learned that there's a big difference between watching what other leads do and actually doing the job yourself. A lot like learning to be a good artist, it takes a lot of practice to be a good lead. So what are we going to talk about in this session? Well, there are dozens of books, there's video series, there's workshops, there's entire organizations dedicated to becoming better leaders, and I have about 45 minutes, give or take, to cram all of that information into your heads, so everybody get your pens and your pencils and your laptops out. Are you guys ready? Yes. I'm just kidding. But what I am hoping is that by talking about my leadership experience on God of War, you all can get a sense of some of those leadership muscles that you can start building and flexing, in addition to your artist muscles, which are probably already pretty swole. These will be concepts that you can and should dive deeper into to prepare yourself for a leadership role if you're interested. Let's kick it off with a little bit of an icebreaker. What does a lead artist do? So I'm going to ask you guys to just shout out stuff. Oh man, I'm sorry, I have all sorts of crappy stuff in there. I'm going to delete all that. That was from my practice run. Feel free to redo all that stuff if you want to. But go ahead and talk, and I will try to put it in. Anybody have a suggestion? Cry? I will put that here. What else? Go ahead and speak up. Not all at once. Inspire. That's a good one. I heard someone else? Document. Yes, that's very good. Document. Delegation. That's good as well. Establish an art style. Typos. All right. Have a vision. That's good. Nurture. Nice. Communicate. Very important. I'll put that there. Be a good listener. That's good. Critique. Remove obstacles. That's good. Challenge. Be candid. Nice. Yes. Shield your team from stress from above. Enable excellency. That's a good one. All right. Any last minute ones? Problem solving. That's good. Where can I put that? Maybe over here. Show empathy. Coordinate with game design. Promote alignment. That's a good one. Let's see where I can put that. All right. I'm going to cut it off. This is a pretty good list we've got going here. Let me go back to my presenter view. All right, so for myself, I tend to break down a lead artist's work into 5 main concepts here. Communication, which someone mentioned, organization, inspiration, accountability, and creativity. I'm going to break down these concepts a bit further throughout this presentation, starting with communication. So for those of you who haven't played God of War, there is a giant snake in our game, and you have to learn to talk to it. And Kratos comes up with a very interesting method of communicating with this snake. So I thought that was a good example of figuring out how to get your department running smoothly, collaborating with your team, and communicating your needs to other departments. The first thing I learned as an artist was how to get out of the groove. As an artist, it's very easy to shut yourself in the studio, put your headphones on, keep your head down, and focus on a task. This is actually encouraged for artists because often they need to focus for hours at a time to get really in the groove and get things done. But as a lead, you have to be aware of what your team is doing around you. So it's time to get those headphones off and figure out if there's any fires happening. This may come at the expense of your own focus, but it does benefit the needs of others and helps you maintain a big picture of what's going on. You can better guide your team to do their work well, such as demonstrating a combat move for your animators. The next thing I learned is that leads often need to get away from their desk and visit people. There are lots of benefits of being in a studio versus working remotely. Communication goes more smoothly when you can see people's facial expressions, when you can use gestures to demonstrate what you want. You can have one-on-one conversations going back and forth with each other. And sometimes it's easier to demonstrate at someone's desk than trying to write up a detailed email with screenshots and all that stuff. So just get away from your desk. Now, at Santa Monica Studio, this can be kind of difficult because half of our team is upstairs and half of our team is way downstairs. So often people don't want to make the trek because it's just so far. Why can't we just use Instant Messenger, right? But it really is worth it to make the trek. You get more communication going, and you get a little bit of exercise, and who doesn't need more steps on their Fitbit, right? Now, if you need to talk to a lot of people, you could run up and down the stairs going individually to everybody's desk and hope that they're available and around, or you could just schedule a meeting with everybody and get them all together. The benefits of this are that everybody gets to prep for the subject that you're going to discuss and be in that mindset to discuss it. Plus, everybody hears the same thing at the same time, so there's less room for misinterpretation. On God of War, we tried to group our meetings to certain days of the week, such as Tuesdays and Thursdays. That way, on the other days of the week, people could stay in the groove and keep their work done. Now, we have a bunch of people gathered here, so I'm going to go ahead and start an audience activity. I'm going to throw a couple instructions up on the board, so go ahead and wait until I'm done talking about all the bullet points until we start talking. It's a pretty easy one, just interview your neighbor. So turn to someone next to you and ask them their name. Ask them why they came to this panel. And ask them to talk about someone in their life who was a good leader. Take good mental or physical notes so you are really listening and remembering the responses. And feel free to exchange business cards or contact info if you so choose. That's part of communication as well. If you're going solo this time around, feel free to write some notes to yourself about point number 3. All right, let's get started. So what have we learned about communication? It doesn't have to be scary. It's as simple as just turning to someone next to you and saying hi. And if you mess up or stumble a little bit, that's fine. Messing up is still better than saying nothing. I mean, we're not mind readers, and we won't know what you have to say unless you actually say it, so don't bottle it up inside you. Just keep talking to each other. One of the worst things that could happen to a team is that communication breaks down and people just kind of go into their own corners and work on things without communicating to each other. So keep talking. The next concept I'd like to talk about is organization. This is one of the characters in our game. He's a shopkeeper, and he loves to keep all his tools nice and clean and his workshop nice and tidy. And as a lead, a little bit of OCD can go a long way as well to getting your team to run like a well-oiled machine. A big part of organization is time management, and a big part of time management is getting good estimates. Now, every artist is asked how long they need to get their art done. wasn't a new concept for me, but the shell shock was figuring out how to gauge the speed of all my other team members. So, you would go to each of their team members and be like, well, how much time do you need for this task? But the problem is, you don't want to pressure them to give you better numbers, to try to get them to do their work done faster. What you're trying to do is get an accurate sense of how long the time is going to take them, because that's going to help you plan out a proper schedule and figure out how to mitigate crunch if you can avoid it if possible. Make sure to plan for unknowns and setbacks, because stuff's going to go wrong or stuff's going to need to get changed. You're going to have to start over for some things. I've heard about 20% buffer can be a good rough estimate just to tack on to every task. And remember that little stuff takes time too. A very small task that might be a half hour here, 5 minutes there, half a day here, all that stuff can add up over a long production such as God of War, which took several years. So if you're not keeping track of that little stuff and planning for it in your unknowns and your buffers, then that can come up to bite you later. Be honest with yourself and with your producers. If you see that the scope of your work is getting big and too big for your team, start having those hard talks about cutting things or increasing your head count. Definitely don't fudge the numbers, because you're really only setting up your team for crunch or for outright failure. On God of War, we did a pretty good job of keeping track of our 100+ cinematics, and we kept track of all their progress in Shotgun. We broke down each of the production phases here, and we were able to tag when things were being worked on. What we didn't do such a good job of was estimating how much time each of those tasks was going to take, or how much time it actually took when it was finished. Yeah. Where we really failed was in keeping track of all those little things. We had a lot of small animations which we called points of interest, or POIs, which were not big full cinematics. It might have been just a small thing like Freya constructing a magical bridge right here. But add everything up together, and it became way bigger, and it just went way out of scope, and we ended up having to cut all of these. You can see we just didn't do them, and that was pretty sad. So, we really want to collect data with those estimates. There's different kinds of tracking software you can use. We use Shotgun, you can use Jira, you can use Handsoft, whatever option works best for your team. But the trick is just getting everybody to pitch in and give their estimates and give their actual time spent. Because real data is going to lead to better estimates down the line, and that's going to help you with your scope planning. This can usually be like a producer's work, but as a lead, you can set a good example and send reminders to your team, put in your own estimates, just make sure everybody's doing it. And it doesn't have to be, every 5 minutes or down to the minute. It can be kind of rough, like in hours, but it really does help. As I mentioned, we weren't great on God of War about collecting that data, so after the project was over, we went into Perforce, and we started looking at our Perforce history, just seeing when the dates were, when a file was checked in, seeing the notes of what people did when they did a certain scene, and we kind of took a sample set and tried to take our best educated guess based on the revision history notes for how long it might have taken to do this. It wasn't super accurate, but it was still a better baseline than doing nothing. And now we have some rough estimates for planning out our next project. Beware of burnout. It's one thing when you're only responsible for yourself and your own personal well-being and your health, but it's another thing when you have a team relying on you to establish a reasonable schedule and scope. So really keep an eye on the health and morale of your team. We had a pair of talented animators who kept staying up till 1 in the morning in the office, despite me telling them to go home. Well, whose fault was it? Were they just perfectionists, staying late, noodling on everything with all their passion? Or was it maybe that because they were so fast, I piled on too many tasks on them? Maybe if I'd had a better sense of the scope, we could have talked about cutting down their work a bit, or maybe hiring more people so that they could go home at a reasonable hour. The next thing in organization that helped me was just keeping tidy. And this was something I never thought about when I was in film school, learning how to use spreadsheets. Woo. But when you're a lead, learning some office software can really help you with asset lists, estimates, order forms, all that fun stuff. So take some time to learn something like Excel or Google Sheets or whatever's going to work best for you. A bonus is, as an artist, you can make them look pretty. That's fun. Documentation, super important. Take time to write down your team's best practices, your workflows, your tutorials, etc. This will, one, make it easier for new hires to hit the ground running, and also serve as a handy reference during crunch. When we were in the midst of production, the animators had something they called the buttery smooth checklist. Because we didn't have any cuts in God of War, we had to make sure that every animation traveled smoothly from gameplay into a cinematic and back out. And everything on this checklist, I mean, you don't have to read it, but it actually helped the animators before they exported anything to make sure that when they exported it and put it in the game engine, there was the least amount of pops and troubleshooting we had to do. This was very crucial to the success of our no-cut camera. All right, let's try a little organizational audience activity. I'm going to ask you guys to do a little flow chart, a quick and dirty 3-step workflow of your position. Where does your work come from? If there are any students, your work might come from a teacher or something like that. What work do you do? And who do you send your work to? For example, as an animator, I get my work from the writers, they give me the scripts. I talk with the level designers to figure out where my cinematic's going to take place. I work with my director of photography to figure out the staging of the scene. And then we shoot it, and then the animator takes it and assembles it all together and animates it and makes it look awesome. We then export that and send that to our implementation team. We send that to our lighting team, effects and audio. I mean, this is a pretty generalized workflow, but you guys get the idea. So go ahead and make your own flowchart and then share it with your new best friend and colleague sitting next to you. Some final takeaways about organization. Really, everything that you're doing is helping you get the big picture by understanding your flow, your place within the production process, and also learning just how much time each of those steps take so you can run smoothly. On the cinematic team, we've charted out, like I mentioned, that was a general workflow, and this is really our full pipeline here. And it looks scary, but what it's doing is it's helping us identify our handoffs between all the different departments. It's identifying any potential pain points and figuring out areas where we can work simultaneously across disciplines to save time, such as right here. So that's really beneficial for us. I'd like to take a quick moment just to talk about outsourcing, since this is becoming more and more common in AAA game studios, and it was definitely a skill that I had to learn on the fly as a first-time lead. First up, get to know your vendors. Every studio is different. Some like to take your work and really run with it and get creative. Others prefer very specific direction from you so they can get their work done to your specific advice. Some are good at working out a variety of tasks, and others are more specialized little boutiques that are really good at doing one thing in particular. Some like to present their own schedules to you, and some prefer to work with you to establish timelines. So just get to know your vendors. Learn how to give very specific and detailed feedback, because it can be harder to communicate across time zones and across different languages. So really use images, videos, Skype calls if possible. Here's an example of one of our outsourcing notes where we listed a very specific time frame and a note and drew on top of a still frame so people got a good idea of what we wanted from them. Also, time management becomes even more crucial when working with outsourcing, because when you're dealing with your internal team, you sit next to them, you see them every day, it's cool, you're communicating. But with your outsourced team, it can be easy to lose track of them. You might forget to send your feedback in a timely manner. You might forget to check in and see if they're blocked by anything, if they have any roadblocks and they're stuck on work, and they might not have communicated with you. So don't leave them hanging. Make sure you keep track of them. What helped us was having an outsourced coordinator, because he really kept those lines of communication open, would give me reminders, would help make sure that our assets were sent out and come back in a nice, smooth manner. So he helped us a lot. All right, moving on to inspiration. This is all about keeping your team members motivated and growing. Probably not the way that Kratos does it. What you should do is be a source of positivity. Because let's face it, stuff's gonna happen, that there's gonna be decisions made that your team doesn't like, that you may not like. You may have to scrap some work, you may have to start over. There's gonna be tasks that nobody likes to do. There's gonna be things that make you just wanna rage out. But what happens is that your team members are watching you, and they're gonna gauge how you're feeling. So if they see that you're frustrated or worried or complaining, then they're gonna see that as permission to act out as well. So be a source of positivity. I know this is very cliche. I've actually already heard this a few times at this conference, but fake it till you make it. You know, it might seem disingenuous to put on a happy face when you're actually upset,